Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Wednesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We are 1 day away from March Madness, but the madness has already started with the first 4 games. Last night was crazy. Alabama State taking care of business, and North Carolina showing everyone that they should have been in the tournament. Or does that even matter? Right, we do this thing, whether it's March Madness, whether it's the seeding for a certain game or other situation where it's controlled. I think what I'm thinking of is also in college, with college football. Does the result after something happens change how you should feel? Well, this team won that game, so they were the right pick. Or should it not matter? Well, last night, UNC said, doesn't really matter if we should or should have been in. We proved it to ourselves and to the world last night. And, of course, the Sacramento Kings taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight, losers of 2 straight. If it's not the first time it's happened this season, I'm sure it's a very rare occurrence. And the Kings are going to be doing that without Domantas Sabonis, who is out at least 10 days with that ankle. We knew it wasn't going to be good, and it gets even worse because it's not as if the Kings don't have a lot of games. Remember last week when we talked about, hey, there's only, one or two more instances, and one of those instances was last week where the Kings will have 2 days off, right? Everything else moving forward is a day off or a back-to-back. So to miss Domantas Sabonis for 10 days, not ideal in the least, especially when you're dealing with a ticked-off Cavs team that just lost to a Clippers team who you kind of also wanted to lose. It was a crazy day in the NBA as the Warriors actually hold serve. As much as I've kind of maligned them about their weak victories and weak schedule, the Warriors beat the Bucks without Steph Curry. So they've now lost to the Nuggets, missing 3 starters, including Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. Christian Braun also didn't play. Then on the second half of a back-to-back, no Steph Curry, no harm, no foul, because they beat the Bucks. By the way, we're talking about this gauntlet, and with Bobby Portis and his suspension and Chris Middleton, I don't know if he played against the Kings or not. It doesn't really matter. You are missing a little bit of the beef from the Bucks. So I'm not saying that the Bucks aren't good, but I'm saying when we're referring to the Kings gauntlet and we just throw the Bucks in there with the Celtics, the Thunder, and the Cavs, they're definitely not that. Now, they beat the brakes off the Kings the last time they played each other out there in Milwaukee, but they're not as good as those other 3 teams. So they should, and maybe I'm falling prisoner of the moment because I just watched the Warriors beat them with no Steph Curry, but and Draymond did a heck of a job on Giannis, and the Kings don't have Draymond Green. But I've decided, Kyle, after last night, I'm not putting them in the same category as the other 3 teams in the March gauntlet. It ain't easy, but it's not that.
No, the gauntlet was the 4 games of Denver, which they almost won,
right.
Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. That was the gauntlet. Milwaukee is in what I call a second tier this year, which is they're good enough to win a playoff series.
Yeah.
They just don't have and by the way, they have one of the 5 best players in the sport. Mm-hmm. They just don't have the depth to withstand a series against Cleveland or Boston, which is okay.
Yeah.
It's just they've got Dame, they've got Kuzma, and it's a lot of after that.
Yeah, they got guys.
They are still better than the Kings.
They are better than the Kings,
but they are not better than maybe the Knicks.
Yes, that whatever line that is, and we'll get to that game when it's time. But just coming off of watching the Warriors beat them. And really, it wasn't very close. Now, you could say, hey, well, the Warriors just lost to the Nuggets with no Jokic, no Christian Brown, and no Jamal Murray. It's kind of the same thing. Maybe the Bucks thought that they could just roll up in there and take care of business, and it's not indicative of who they are, but it kind of is, right, as they fight to hold on to that 4 seed in the East. So that all happened last night. The Clippers get a victory that, honestly, I would say at that point, if you look at the Clippers schedule, and I spent some time looking at it this morning, they still have the Cavs again in Cleveland, but you could probably make the argument that that game last night, based on who the Kings have left and based on who the Clippers have left, you could make the argument that that game kind of sealed the 8 seed for the Clippers. They'd have to implode, and we're going to hear from none other than the $100 million man, Stephen A., about some ways to give the Kings some hope. So that's coming up in about 10, 15 minutes. But the refreshed remaining strength of schedule, the Clippers are still 6th, right? So it's not as if it's impossible. The problem is that Sacramento is still number 4. So they actually went up last night. They were 5th, I believe, yesterday when we looked at it, and today they're 4th. The Kings, they are going to bang a lot of this out this week and next week, but obviously the Cavs tonight, and the Kings still have 2 more against the Cavs somehow, some way.
I'm going to guess the Kings are going to drop way down as soon as this Cavs game ends.
Well, they'll still have the Thunder for a game. They'll still have the Cavs again. They'll still have the Celtics, who we know is coming up. Still have the Nuggets, and then they have a head-to-head with the Clippers, even though we know that that tiebreaker is cooked. The Clippers, they have another one against the Cavs. They have another one against the Knicks. They have another one against the Thunder. And then this back end, right, it's the Knicks, which is the Rockets, which is the Grizzlies, which is and the and the Warriors. So they're tough games. I think the Clippers could easily win those games. So to me, Kyle, as much as I tried to talk myself out of it, it feels like last night may have sealed the ceiling on the 8 seed for the Kings, and right now it's just focusing on holding on to the 9 seed.
Well, right now they're 5 games back, essentially, because they've lost the tiebreaker to the Clippers. So,
which is how we tried to prepare everyone last week, even though we didn't want to lose hope. But you really needed the Cavs to lose that game for 2 reasons. To win that game for 2 reasons. Number 1, obviously that gives the Clippers another L, and number 2, I don't know that it would make a difference. I know a lot of people argue that it wouldn't, but the Cavs losing 2 straight now instead of getting a W last night and maybe sleepwalking in Sacramento against a team that they're much better than, that is not going to happen anymore unless we're just in the midst of the Cavs coming back to life. That's the only other argument, that the Cavs are coming back to life or coming back to reality in the last month of the season. But if you have any belief in the Cavs, not even as championship contenders, but as a team that is very close or close enough to their record, it could get rough tonight. It could get specifically with no Domantas Sabonis.
So with our fancy playoff probability update, you want to know the chance now that the Kings will be in the 9-10 game in some capacity
after the Clippers beat the Cavs
and the Warriors winning, which
and the
also
Warriors,
affected the odds.
Just tell me.
This is to be in the 9-10 in some capacity, 95.5%.
Yeah.
There's a 2.3% chance they'll end up in the 7-8. There is a 1.8% chance they miss the playoffs, period.
Yeah, rough sledding for the Kings, who last night was just a bad night. You find out that Sabonis is out for 10 days. You see the Cavs lose. Now they're off of 2 straight. You watch the Clippers win, and you watch the Warriors beat the Bucks without Steph. That's a bad night. That's just a bad night. So hopefully the Kings can get a good taste in their mouth tonight against the Cavs, but it's going to be tough. In the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to break down some of the scenarios for the Tankathon. I know a lot of people have been asking about that, and as we watch the 8 seed kind of go away, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, if we're stuck 9-10, let's just get the pick. So Kyle has kind of broken that down, and we will get into that. We also have the power rankings from the Athletic. And I want to also discuss the realization I came to this morning as it pertains to the Kings and how we've maybe been assuming a little too much that this Kings organization is going to feel like they're forced to do something this offseason, something big. I think it's very possible and very probable, as we kind of started off on this season and a half timeline. And I think during the losing streak, I'll just speak for myself, maybe straight away from the year and a half timeline, and now the half is almost gone. So just talking about next season, there is a really good chance we see this form of the Kings next season, besides a tweak here or there. But a lot of the questions that we may have will continue going into next season. But I'll tell you why things might be a little bit different if the Kings don't make the playoffs, which could ultimately help them. 4-hour show. We have some March Madness to get through for you. Plenty of Kings talk. And yeah, by the way, Major League Baseball played another game. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary. Not guaranteed.
Action. It's the 76th season opener at the Stockton 99 Speedway, March 29th. Watch the intense racing action as the Stockton Late Models, NorCal Mini Stocks, NorCal Legend Series, Pure Stocks, and Fast Car Solutions Mini Modifieds tear up the track. It's fast, it's thrilling, it's non-stop action you don't want to miss. Family-friendly fun, food, and excitement for everyone. Gates open at 5 p.m. Racing starts at 6. Stockton 99 Speedway, where speed and excitement come to life. March 29th. Be there for the 76th season opener. For tickets, visit Stockton99.com. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Martin Gallegos of MLB.com, who covers the A's, he just posted this about 7 minutes ago. The A's have released their starting rotation. Not necessarily the order. We do know Luis Severino will be the opening day starter, but the 5 starters have been announced. So we will get to that before the show is over. By the way, I was at the Rivercats staff kickoff, and obviously the Rivercats and A's working hand in hand. I was at the employee kickoff party last night, and let me tell you, there were a lot of questions about the big screen out there and whether or not it was going to be finished. It is in the ground. They are still working, but the screen is there. I'm looking at the screen. The screen is in the ground. Bullpen almost done. So they're up against it.
Almost done.
They're going to get it done. I'm just saying.
They play baseball this weekend.
It's going to be done then. I'll put you like this. The party, I was there. I looked up and I said, it's 6:15. Still light out. So they're not leaving at 5 o'clock. They're working with all the daylight they have to get it done. So exciting stuff. Obviously, a lot of people knew that this was going to be really close in terms of the timing, but they are working their butts off, and it's really cool to see. Once you get out there, the field looks fantastic. They're sitting there just watering it, and it's just so aesthetically pleasing, as we're hearing from the president of the Rivercats, our guy Chip. So it got me really excited. Everybody that works for the Rivercats and now going to be helping out with the A's, there is a buzz in the building, and we got to taste some new food also at Sutter Health Park. And I got, what was it? It was a beef burrito, but it was barbacoa, a barbacoa beef burrito, and it was outstanding. So I'm really excited for everyone that's going to be able to get out there, whether you're seeing an A's game or kicking it with me, Rivercats game. Like I said, my first game, March 29th. I will be in the building for Giants Rivercats, but I'll be hanging out shadowing Lee, the MC. But if you happen to see me, say what's up. As we get into what happened last night, we're about to break down the Domantas Sabonis injury, but I had to play this sound as Alabama State. I'll hold my thoughts on 2 16s playing each other and why I don't really like that because they're automatic bids. I will hold my thoughts on that until later in the show. But for now, let's listen to Alabama State as they stun St. Francis of Pennsylvania.
This is where dreams are made. They're going for it all. Simpson, home run play, the deflection. Oh! Layup! 0.7 seconds left.
It just can't happen.
That was in a tie game, just for people.
It was in a tie game to win it. And, when you watch it, it just was bad. And it's the same thing with a Hail Mary, essentially. This is, you could argue, more difficult than a Hail Mary because you still have to make the basket instead of just catching it. It just, St. Francis, they were too deep. And the pass was just short enough so that Alabama State was already there. I know it's kind of just a freak accident and you can't kind of call this stuff, but rough stuff for St. Francis. Tough way to go out.
You're saying that's how your season ends, is on that crazy baseball court pass.
Yeah.
The other thing that this reminded me of is at those levels of upper mid-major college basketball, right? Because if you're a 16 seed, I think St. Francis was the number 4 seed in their conference tournament.
Right.
And Alabama State was the 2 seed in the lowest ranked conference. It's not quite high school basketball, but it's not quite upper echelon college basketball yet. Because that play was just 4 dudes stumbling over each other and it happened to fall into one guy's arm.
Well, and it gets tough, right? Because obviously there's D1, D2, D3, NAIA. So there's so many levels. So I'm not going to ever compare D1 basketball to high school. But yes, I understand, especially with the NIL. Yes, there is obviously a difference between the talent that St. Francis gets and a talent that Duke gets. I hear you on that.
Yeah, my observation was more so that was just free-for-all basketball at the end.
But you'll see that in that's the tournament, though.
Yeah, I mean, you see that. I remember it was Virginia against Jalen Slauson's team. I can't remember. Was it Furman maybe? Where Virginia throws an inbound pass away for no reason just to avoid the shot clock violation. And then Slauson's teammate hits the game winner. Yeah, you'll have crazy moments like that, even in upper echelon college basketball. I just meant there was just dudes tripping over each other and coordination falling apart. And this is your season on the line. And it's not a bad strategy by Alabama State to just say, chuck it towards the basket and maybe someone will catch it.
Yeah. And I mean, look, there's a reason that a lot of college or most of college basketball gets watched in March. You spend too much time watching college basketball and you realize this really isn't that good of basketball. It is not aesthetically pleasing at the very least.
Yeah, but that's kind of what you sign up for when you're watching college basketball, which is fine. It's when you watch so much NBA or you watch so much even high level college basketball has these mess ups. But when you're used to watching NBA so much, if that were an NBA game, they're running a player does the loop around, they get a running start, they pull up from half court shot.
Right.
This was just a unique situation where they can say, we have a size advantage. Let's just baseball pass it down the court and let's see what happens kind of situation.
Because can we just kind of debunk this right here. As you know, I'll hear people kind of romanticize college sports in general, but college basketball over the NBA. You don't really hear a lot of people romanticizing college football over the NFL.
Not around here.
Not around here. And I would just say in general, people just love to kind of bash on the NBA. We've talked about that before. Even other NBA fans will do it. But can we just say, you might argue that college kids play harder or whatever, but the guy that you work with, that you talk to about basketball at the water cooler or whatever, your cousin or your friend, that person that says they like college basketball better than the NBA, they're lying. They're lying. I mean, you might argue, hey, I know if you're going to tell me that, you better also say, I know the basketball isn't as good, but I like that they play. And now I was listening to Draper and Jay yesterday with the NIL, all these people that hate on the NBA for college, now they're even more conflicted because college kids are getting paid and there's a transfer portal and things like that. So you can't say, oh, well, I like Syracuse because so-and-so was there for 2-3 years, whatever it is. So they're really conflicted. But that person that says they like college, you might like a team. Maybe you went to Duke, right? I have a friend went to Duke, and of course, she probably watches Duke more than the NBA. But the random college person that doesn't really have a team and says, I just like college ball better than the NBA, you're lying. You're lying.
It's tough because because 35 years ago, that was in vogue. Like the ratings supported it. Like college basketball was the sport, even more than the NBA. It's just like we're 4 generations removed from that now. So by the time it gets down to me, essentially, it's not in vogue to be like, I like college basketball more than the NBA, because obviously the talent pool is not as rich. They're different competition, whatever, 1 game sample size, all that stuff. And the fact that pretty soon it's going to be the players are going to get paid by the schools, and there's going to be collective bargaining, and it's essentially going to be a minor league version of the professional sport in terms of its construct.
We'll talk more about that later.
And so at that point, what are people going to do when it's essentially the same thing, but just a lesser quality of product?
Yeah. And, the women's college basketball doesn't deal with it in the same way. I think a lot of people I know, Caitlin Clark was just one person along with Angel Reese. I know last season, everybody can name more women's college basketball players than men's. This season, I don't know if that's true, but if it is men's, you ain't beating it by much. So
I think it's still probably true.
It's probably still true.
Because you got Paige Beckers, you got Juju Watkins, you got Haley Van Lith over there at TCU.
Well, all you need is 3. Because after Cooper Flagg, I think it gets a little squirrely for people unless your NBA team stinks. So you're paying attention to who your team might
the other ones aren't even in the tournament because Dylan and
that's exactly right. All right. On the other side, we will get to the bad news. Let's just get it over with. What is going on with Domantas Sabonis, and when will we see the should-be All-NBA player back on the court? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Northwest Exterior.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Expect a cool start to your Wednesday. Expect some areas of patchy fog as well. For the afternoon, we'll see partly sunny skies, temperatures reaching the lower 60s, and a chance for a few passing showers around sunset. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Northwest Exteriors wants to keep you cool all season long. Trusted in Sacramento for heating and cooling systems. Book your tune-up today as part of our 30th anniversary special. Call 888-TRUST-NW or visit trustnorthwest.com.
Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Explore unbeatable lease offers at Folsom Buick GMC. Lease the 2024 GMC Hummer EV SUV for just $699 per month. The 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 for only $469 per month. Or the 2024 GMC Sierra Crew Cab Pro for just $219 per month. Plus, enjoy a 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty with any new vehicle purchase. Check dealer for exclusions and receive a Starbucks gift card when you visit our store. Visit Folsom Buick GMC today. See dealer for complete details.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can stand, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can stand, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, it's Ram Truck Month. The sales event's going on right now, and I know that means heavy discounts.
It's not just a discount. It's big discounts on hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. When you need a hard-to-find truck, Hoblet has it, with over 500 new Rams available.
Just one of the many reasons Hoblet always ranks as one of the biggest and best Ram dealers in all of America.
And we are proud of that. But we don't just sell Rams. You have to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles available and 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings after $71.29 factory rebates and $88.71 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $66.29 West BC standalone 10% below MSRP. 5 vehicles at this net savings. Sample VIN 316786. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
Ooh, my. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, a huge spring savings for you today.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Well, while the Kings are kind of struggling to get in the playoffs, teams like the Oklahoma City Thunder can clinch the number one playoff seed in the Western Conference and the Northwest Division title tonight. Oklahoma City clinches the number one playoff seed in the West with a win and a Lakers loss. We will tell you who the Lakers have during pocket watching. Oklahoma City clinches Northwest division title with a win or a Denver loss. So all they have to do is win to get that Northwest division title. They need the Lakers to lose in order to clinch the number one playoff seed. Washington is eliminated with a loss. Yes, that's the Wizards. And with wins by Chicago and Miami. I think the big thing here with the Thunder is, okay, now we're going to have to do the thing, right? We're going to have to do the, oh man, are they going to have too much rest, right? They clinched. Now, I think off the top of my head, they're still battling with the Cavs. So for the number one overall seed. So that gives them a reason to still put their best foot forward. But, we will have some of those conversations.
I mean, but even in those games, the bad Jalen Williams, he put up like a triple-double when they were sitting their starters. So.
Yeah. I'm looking here, and they literally have the same record. They're both 56-12. So they do have something to fight for in terms of the best overall seed. If they care about that, and I think it's just as much about that. These guys are all young, right? This isn't the Lakers or the Warriors or the Bucks, something like that. So these guys are all young, and I would imagine that they're going to keep their pedal to the metal.
You also just can't sit everyone every game. It'll be like those weird situations like when the Celtics played the Kings last year, where the Celtics took the starters out up 20, and then the Kings came back, and Mazzulla was like, you guys figure it out.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need this game, so we're going to just get everybody some run. And then there was a hit in the head that was not called with Kobe Jones, and the Kings, who didn't really deserve to win, didn't win. And which is, it is funny, though, and we're going to talk about this more in the 11 o'clock hour. If you look at all the kind of bad breaks the Kings have had, kind of goes back to the injury situation as we break down the Domantas Sabonis situation. Are they bad breaks, or is it just when you operate with such little wiggle room, stuff like this is going to happen, right? Was it a bad call? If we looked at every single team, was that a bad call last season on Kobe Jones when he got hit in the head? Yes, it was. But because there's no room for there's no wiggle room, everything needs to be perfect. Right. And the Kings have found themselves in that situation again. Last season, to me, was more organic. This one was kind of self-inflicted with some of the decisions that were made. The report from Shams Charania, which came out last night around 8 o'clock, Sacramento Kings star Domantas Sabonis will miss at least 10 days with a right ankle sprain, sources tell ESPN. The NBA's leading rebounder returned last week after sitting for 6 straight games. I don't think in my mind I realized it was 6. So now he's going to miss more games, and the Kings are 3-6 without Domantas Sabonis. That is really, really rough stuff. And again, you sit there and you think bad luck, and maybe some of it is bad luck. But on top of that, you've just put yourself in a position where things are just really, really tight. And because things are really, really tight, any issue that comes up is going to seem even worse. And it would always be worse to miss Domantas Sabonis. I mean, I'll give you this. There is a little bit of bad luck here for Domantas Sabonis to be out for 6 and then literally come back and deal with more injuries. And we have this from Mr. Whitey Gleason by way of Kevin Pelton, who covers the NBA for ESPN. Domantas Sabonis did not play enough in the Memphis Grizzlies game to get credit towards eligibility. Same with the Houston Rockets game. That leaves him 9 games short of being eligible for All-NBA. And if he misses 10 days, by Whitey's math, and I'm going to trust Whitey's math, there will be 9 games left in the season. So basically, if he misses 10 days and exactly 10 days, he could still be eligible because he has to play in all 9 games, assuming he's healthy. He is still leading the NBA in rebounding. So there's still a chance that he gets it, especially with, Anthony Davis going down. How much do you believe? Again, it says at least 10 days. I don't know. I don't know how much I believe that he'll be back in time, which is just, this is a situation where a lot of people will complain about the game minimum for all NBA. And I understand the complaints in certain situations, but not in others. This is a situation that's just really, really tough. Really, really tough.
Yeah, I think the reason 10 days is the number is that's the end of the 7-game homestand.
Mm-hmm.
So they're essentially ruling him out for the homestand, and then they go on a 6-game road trip after the quote-unquote 10-day period is up. So even for the 6-game road trip, I mean, it's not a guarantee. I mean, if you look at the teams they play, and we'll probably talk more about this later, they play Orlando, Indiana, Washington, and Charlotte to kick off that road trip. Unless Domas is traveling with the team on that Friday, he's probably staying in Sacramento for treatment just based on geographic location. They're constantly on flights, et cetera, et cetera. So this might be a situation where he misses part of the road trip or all of the road trip, or maybe he flies in halfway through. You know, I think the 10 days is just corresponding to he's not going to play for the rest of the homestand. And if they're already ruling him out at that point and saying we'll reevaluate in 10 days, that's not a great sign, given that the team's going to go on a 6-game road trip at the time of his reevaluation.
No, and to your point, so no Domantas Sabonis against the Cavs, the Bulls, the Bucks, the Celtics, the Thunder, and the Blazers. Then literally that Magic game would be 10 days, right? Or that would be 10 days from today. Do you fly him out, or do you just say, hey, and who knows, right? Does some of this matter as far as what happens in these games? If they lose every single game and let's say they fall to the 10 or whatever it is, and is it worth rushing Domantas Sabonis back to hold on to a 10 seed? I don't know. I think it depends on who you ask. Now, I think it's going to be really hard to keep Domantas Sabonis out of a game if he is ready to play, but you're getting to the point now where if the universe is trying to tell you something, maybe you should listen. I think that the Kings have to keep their head above water in order for this to not be a conversation where is it even worth bringing Domantas Sabonis back at this point? Now it's an ankle, right? If this was a knee or a calf, because, you know, your calf connected to your Achilles, like something like that, I think we'd be having a bigger conversation. But we know every NBA player, every hooper has rolled their ankle. That one looked bad, but it's more about pain tolerance than I would assume. A lot of ankle sprains are pain tolerance versus if this was a MCL or one of the CLs, something like that, I think I would be more on board with, hey, I think they should have this conversation.
Well, so here's why I'm pausing on that conversation is because the Shams tweet doesn't specify what the injury is, right? It's a right ankle sprain they list, but there's different degrees of ankle sprain. There's grade 1, which is, you know, the tweak your ankle, what Malik Monk had earlier this year kind of situation. There's grade 2, which means there's ligament damage, and then there's grade 3, which is you've torn a ligament in your ankle, essentially. And they didn't specify which type of injury that is. So if the Kings release a statement in the next few days that says Domantas Sabonis is dealing with a grade 2 ankle sprain, that's something I look at and say, okay, this is more than a 10-day injury, but we don't have that information yet.
We don't have that information yet. Ankles, and you can, right, it's funny because you can't look at the grades by how it turns, but Zach LaVine, it was a little beep, a little turn, little thang, and he was back. Domantas Sabonis, to your point, that thing was turned. So it's all about pain tolerance, but it's also about, as I love to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? Well, Stephen A., you wouldn't think this, but Stephen A. and his, I guess, annoyance with Kawhi Leonard actually, in a weird way this morning, gave the Kings a little bit of hope. We'll play that audio for you. and take your calls on whether or not you think the Kings could still pull something off, whatever that is. 916-339-1140. We'll be right back. Allen Stiles Show.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits, you got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on that.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
So, when it comes to the Kings, and national media, you kind of got to connect some dots, right? So Stephen A. Smith, who he's never really cared about what people thought about his Kawhi Leonard takes. Now, LeBron James is a different deal, but he's been very open about Kawhi. Didn't he call him the weakest superstar the league has ever seen? Well, he's at it again after the Clippers take down the Cavs. And obviously, nobody should ever hope for someone's downfall or injury or anything like that. But he's made a point about the Clippers. And at this point, and I know they actually were a better seed before Kawhi came back, but just hang with me here. He makes a point about not believing in the Clippers. And of course, that point is connected to Kawhi. Now, the question is it to the point where Kawhi and questions happen in the play-in? I don't know. I think Stephen A. is more so talking about, could this team, as they're comparing them to the Warriors, could this team make a run? And he doesn't believe that. But yeah, I'm going to reach a little bit on a day where the Clippers had a huge win and kind of shut the door on the Kings getting that 8 seed, along with Domantas Sabonis' ankle kind of shutting that door as well. But this is Stephen A. talking about Kawhi Leonard and how he does not believe in the Clippers at all.
The reason I'm not sold on the Clippers is because I'm just looking at my watch and I'm just looking at the dates and the calendar and I'm just waiting for Kawhi Leonard to get hurt. That's all. I know that come playoff time, he's not going to be available. Molly, I'm not letting this go. This is a man that went into a playoff series against the Phoenix Suns, dropped 38, walked off the court, looked perfectly fine. And then 4 o'clock the next day, be like, hey, he's out for the year. What?
So just a classic Stephen A. mini rant right there. And look, first of all, I don't know how he can say stuff like that, just as far as waiting for someone to get hurt. That's crazy, but $100 million, you can say what you want. Crazy enough, that is kind of the only path I honestly see. I mean, of the Clippers slipping, just because how the Clippers are playing right now, I know their strength of schedule isn't as easy as the Timberwolves or even the Warriors, but there's just, after last night, there's just not enough. There's not enough good teams that they play to slip compared to what the Kings would have to do. So obviously, I'm not hoping for anything, but the only path I see is the kind of messed up Stephen A. path that the Clippers, unless the injury bug hits them, the Clippers are holding on to the 8 seed. That was last night in a nutshell to me. The hopium is gone for the 8 seed for me.
Let's go back to our playoff probability predictor. You want to know the chances of the Clippers being in the 9-10 game?
Ooh, of them being in the 9-10 game?
Clippers being in the 9-10.
What, 10%?
Lower.
Oh, no. 5?
Lower.
3?
2%.
So last night locked up, for all intents and purposes, locked up the 8 seed.
Yes. For all intents, well, not even, I won't say the 8 seed, because yes, that is the most likely outcome, but their best, I mean, we talked about it yesterday at the end of the show. If the Warriors had lost that game, they would have fallen.
Yes. I mean,
8 or
they're
better.
not. Yes, they're not dropping under 8.
No, I mean, it's the same odds for the Kings, right? The Kings have a 2.7% chance of getting to the 8-7 game, and the Clippers have a 2% chance of getting to the 9-10 game, right? So it's like that's the most likely outcome. There is a super out of the weeds scenario where the Warriors fall all the way down to the 9, but again, that's less than a 1% chance that's going to happen, which we were talking about at the end of the show yesterday. There is a more likely chance that the Warriors slip to 8 than it is Minnesota or someone above them slipping. Yeah. So if the Clippers are going to make the leap, it's going to come with them winning some games and the Warriors dropping some games the back half of the season. Minnesota is going to be at least 7, it would appear, maybe 6, depending on how the Warriors' schedule breaks. But the most likely outcome for the Clippers is to be 8 or 7 with the Warriors falling below them.
Yeah. So Stephen A just doing his Stephen A thing, saying he thinks that the Clippers at some point, Kawhi is just going to do what Kawhi does. I don't think that will happen. If that does happen, and I don't want that to happen, but there's a lot to put in that recipe or put in that gumbo to where and I'm not even talking about the Kings catching them in the 8. I'm more so talking about, as it stands right now, it's hard to feel confident that the Kings as the 9 seed is going to beat, number one, I think they are going to beat whoever the 10 seed is, but to also beat whoever loses 7 or 8, because I think there will be no free-falling teams in 6, 7, 8, because the Timberwolves have a really, really easy schedule. The Warriors just feels like they're going to continue to just keep their head above water, and the Clippers, after last night, they showed me a lot. So whoever loses at 7 or 8, they're going to get a home game, and it's not going to be we damn near need to just root for the Rockets' downfall. The only way you win a game like that is if things have just been going horribly and the snowball just cannot stop. But you get a 7 or 8 loser who played pretty darn well, but all teams in the 6, 7, 8 played well. They're just going to say, okay, that was a tough game against the Timberwolves in Minnesota. Now you got to come to LA and we'll take care of business. You need heart. You need someone that their heart is being broken, and that's only the Rockets to me at this point.
Well, no, there is a second. It's because the Rockets and Nuggets, actually, I'm looking at the probabilities here. Rockets and Nuggets are pretty solid at this point, just based on their strength of schedules. The Grizzlies are a little less solid, but still pretty good. The one that might slide is the Lakers, which if you get the Lakers without either Luka or LeBron, and they've slid all the way to the play-in, I feel better about that being the quote-unquote sliding team than Houston, Denver, or Memphis.
We need somebody. But because if it's any of those 3 current teams, just based on how they've been playing and who they have to play, all those teams, I don't see the vibes being bad for any of those 3 teams.
But don't you feel like if Golden State ends up in the play-in and then for some reason at home or on the road loses the 7-8 game, that wouldn't be bad vibes?
Yeah. Golden State, I hear you. That's honorable mention because everyone said, oh, these guys they're looking at the 4 seed. They got Brandon Pajemski talking about 6 was the minimum. So you're right. Yeah. They do have the most, not necessarily to lose, and the most expectations. Timberwolves have no expectations, or not the same. Clippers, nobody really knows what to expect with them. So out of the 3 teams, Warriors, it would be, man, I thought we were done with the play-in.
Well, not only done with the play-in, is that, remember, coming out of the All-Star break, the Kings and Warriors were in exactly the same place, right? Both teams 27 and 26. And the vibes in Golden State, if they beat the brakes off the Kings twice, went on this 15-2 run.
Hello, old friend. You're back again.
Yeah, exactly. And they're playing for their season against the Kings.
You see, Kyle, you found a way to get another Warriors-Kings game. That's just, you wake up in the morning and you say, on this show, I'm going to find a way to get the Warriors and the Kings playing each other.
I want it so badly. And I feel like Kings fans should also, because don't you want the maximum stakes, the maximum excitement around it? If we're going to do it, why don't we, if we're going to make the playoffs, why don't we do it right?
775 says, Sabonis will be out until the play-in. Anyone who's rolled an ankle and seen it knows that. What I think the 775 is saying is, if anyone who's rolled an ankle that bad, or that's how bad it looked. It did look bad, don't get me wrong, but people roll their ankles all the time. Zach LaVine just rolled their ankle. Now, it didn't look like Sabonis, and none of us are trying to play doctor here, but I don't know that Sabonis is going to be out into the play-in. It didn't look good, but ankles are probably the most confusing things to be the eye doctor. There are certain things you can say, I'm not a doctor, but that dude might be cooked for a while. Ankles are probably the hardest thing to look at because some of them look really bad and they're back, and some of them don't look that bad and they're out.
Which is why the Shams report doesn't tell us enough information to accurately assess what Domas's injury is. We need to know, is it a grade 1 sprain, a grade 2 sprain, or a grade 3 sprain?
I think if I were pulling from that, not to be pessimistic, but my guess is that it ain't grade 1. That's my guess.
If it's grade 2, then we really should start to have the conversation of shutting it down for the season, because the definition of grade 2 means not torn ligaments, but ligament damage being done in the ankle.
We will see, but we're hoping for the best. The eye test can be kind of confusing with ankles, but we know we will not be seeing Domantas Sabonis for the next 10 days. On the other side, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour, I've had this on my mind for a little bit now as we see what happens with the Kings. And we've talked so much about, are they going to blow it up? Are they going to do this or do that? And it reminded me of something, a Rubik's Cube. I'll explain on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If you've always wanted to be a part of that Jeep life, there's no better time than now than the 2025 Jeep Wrangler. And no one has a better selection than Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. The Jeep Wrangler has been unmatched in off-road capability for over 80 years. But being a Jeep owner, it's so much more than the performance on and off the road. It's a lifestyle. It's camaraderie. It's the versatility and the customization. The new Jeep Wrangler, it's better than ever. And you won't be able to find a better car buying experience or selection than at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Join Sacktown Sports for all the madness this Thursday at Tom's Watch Bar, where we'll be broadcasting live all day starting at 10 a.m. with Allen Stiles, the Drive Guys at 2, and ending at 5:30 with the Kings Game Night broadcast. Tom's Watch Bar, Sacramento's biggest sports party.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
One hour down, 3 to go. And if you are out, maybe you're working remotely or not working at all on a Thirsty Thursday, come on down to Tom's Watch Bar. We're going to be enjoying ourselves, just as you heard on that wonderful, wonderful promo. I'll be out there starting at 10, do the whole show out there. Drive Guys will be out there as well. It's going to be a great time. Y'all know I love March Madness, partly because it starts the week of my birthday, and my birthday's on, by the way, housekeeping, my birthday is on Friday, and I will be in San Diego, so I'll be out this Friday, and we'll have more information on who will be filling in for me on Friday when we get there as we get closer. So just wanted to give you a breakdown there, but head on out to Tom's because it'll be my Friday tomorrow, and I very, very much will be enjoying myself. But I wanted to throw this at everyone as I was doing a lot of thinking, getting the show ready this morning, and we found out the news about Domantas Sabonis last night. And now we have a situation where I know that there have been some rough times, but are we kind of in a situation where the front office, ownership, to a lesser degree, Doug Christie, you could say, hey, if this or that doesn't happen, we could be in the playoffs. Now, last season, that same thing kind of happened, but we had seen enough from Harrison Barnes to know that it was time for an upgrade. But this season, with everything that's happened, hey, if we just stabilize this thing and we get a full training camp together, we tweak it here or there, we could do this thing. We could be a 4 or 5. We could do it. I find myself wondering, why were we so convinced, and I'll just say the collective why were we so convinced that this thing was going to get blown up because of a 4-game losing streak, or even before that? This team it's not going anywhere. It's not doing anything. Why were we so convinced that they weren't good enough, right? To us, they might not be good enough to me. They might not be good enough to you, but we're not the ones that make those decisions. So could you convince yourself now, hey, Domantas Sabonis went out, Malik Monk missed some time, DeMar DeRozan missed some time, so these guys didn't even get a chance to play together. And on top of that, DeMar DeRozan is going to have to want to move on in order to trade him, right, in some capacity. And, oh, by the way, front office ownership are going to have to want to trade him as well. And one of those things might not be the case. Neither of those things could be the case. Hey, DeMar, Zach LaVine, we're together again. We're healthy. We had some good moments. What if they beat the Cavs tonight? They have an opportunity. What if they win 2 out of the 4 gauntlet games? What if they beat the Cavs and the Celtics? What if they beat the Celtics and the Thunder? What if they beat the Bucks and the Thunder? Hey, we showed some things and we didn't even have Sabonis. You lose in a heartbreaker to get into the playoffs again, but you don't have the De'Aaron Fox question marks. You don't really have as many questions. You just tweak something here or there. So I thought of this, and it really reminded me of a Rubik's Cube. Now, if you are not a Rubik's Cube champ or you've never YouTubed a Rubik's Cube, you don't really know what you're doing. You have an idea, you know the end goal, but you don't really know what you're doing. You might figure out a side, right? You get a side right and you feel confident. Hey, I got a side right. Now, you might know that you can get a side right, and that doesn't mean you're going to figure it out. But it feels really good to get one side right. You can show your parents, show your friends, yeah, I'm close. Even though in reality, just because you got a side, it doesn't mean that you're going to complete the whole thing. But you don't want to start over because you also don't know if you'll be able to get back to where you were and get that side and be able to show your friends, hey, I got a side, and do things like that. Even if in your heart of hearts, you know, I'm probably not going to solve this Rubik's Cube unless I start all over and do it the right way. And that's where I'm at with the Sacramento Kings. They have solved probably one side of the NBA championship Rubik's Cube. And they don't want to undo what they've done and start over because they're worried about whether or not they'll be able to get back to where they were. And they can convince themselves, hey, just because I only solved one side, that doesn't mean that I have to start over. I can solve all sides without starting over, but that's not typically the case with a Rubik's Cube. So you put it there on your desk. You stare at the one yellow side or green side or red side that you did, and you feel good about it, and ultimately, it never gets finished. That's what the Sacramento Kings are right now. And I don't think going into next season, they'll be willing to start all over with the Rubik's Cube because of the fear that they won't get back to where they were, even if that means you're ruining your chances of completing the whole thing. That's what the Sacramento Kings are. They're the Rubik's Cube that's in my garage right now, because I saw it. I was cleaning up the garage last night. You're the Rubik's Cube with one side, maybe two sides figured out, but one side figured out, and you don't feel like starting all over because you're worried that you'll be able to get back there, even if you never complete it. And that's what the Sacramento Kings are. And as I thought about this comparison, and I was driving into the studio this morning, I don't know why there was such an assumption that at the end of this season, any big changes would happen. Especially now with Domantas Sabonis being out. We don't know how long that will be. You can talk about all the crazy things that happen and say, hey, how all the contracts line up, Zach LaVine's player option. We're going to give Doug an actual season, an actual offseason. Malik Monk has a bunch of time to figure out the point guard position as he's starting to figure it out. Keon Ellis can work on his playmaking. Keegan Murray, that's another year. He'll be going into year 4 as the end of his season has been pretty darn good. We are headed towards another tweak. We are headed towards another tweak. Maybe DeMar DeRozan does want out. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But you could easily see a lineup of DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. Now, I will say this. You miss the playoffs, and you can open some things up. And I think that's a little bit of hope that maybe some Kings fans haven't had. Because if you miss the playoffs, all bets are off. So you can miss the playoffs, and you might not get your pick, and we'll talk about those possibilities later. You miss the playoffs by way of losing a 9-seeded game, and you don't get that pick, and you're continuing to move forward with what you have. You could say, hey, DeMar, by the time the season starts next season, you'll be 36. We're going to go out. We're going to go get, and hang with me here, just money-wise, whatever. We're going to go get a wing that makes more sense. We're going to get younger in the starting lineup to take some heat off of Keegan Murray. So you're going to come off the bench for us. We got Zach LaVine. We got whoever your Cam Johnson person is. We have Domantas Sabonis, obviously, Keegan Murray, and then you make a decision on Malik Monk or Keon Ellis. The other part of this is and I know Malik is my favorite player on the Kings, so I'm always going to defend the guy. But if you look around the league, I was thinking about this too. You look around the league, almost every team has a scoring guard that ain't that good on defense, right? You look around the league, your Darius Garlands, guys like that, your Ja Morants, guys like that. Having a guard that isn't great on defense is not that unique. So the reason everybody has held their hats on this Keon Ellis or Malik thing, because of the basketball politics, because of DeMar DeRozan first year here, to a lesser degree what he's getting paid, future Hall of Famer. Because you just brought in Zach LaVine at $45 million, he's supposed to save you from getting talked down upon because you moved on from De'Aaron Fox. So he's not coming off the bench. Those optics would look terrible. So who's left? Malik Monk. You missed the playoffs, and it opens up a lot more. You missed the playoffs, and it's, hey, DeMar, we love you. You're 36. We got to get better defensively, and you can cook in that second unit. We're going out and we're getting your Cam Johnson version or whoever that is. I'm not saying to start Dorian Finney-Smith, but his contract's up. You can tweak around some things and say, hey, DeMar, this is what we're going to do. We don't want to move off of you, but we have to be better defensively. You're 36. It's not a crazy conversation to have. So the Kings, who are that Rubik's Cube, and when you look around Sacramento, yeah, the A's can maybe make some noise, but how long are they going to be here? It's so much based on the Sacramento Kings that fans are never going to give up on the Kings. If they were going to give up on the Kings, they would have done that a long time ago. So with that being said, if you are in control of this team, why not keep tweaking? Even if you don't figure out every side on the Rubik's Cube, you know that the fans will believe that even if you don't, they're enjoying each side that you did. On the other side, we continue the conversation, breaking down some of the official numbers. Anybody that has had questions about what happens if the Kings lose as the 9 seed, what happens if Kings lose as the 10 seed, what happens if the Kings make the playoffs, what happens if the Kings miss the playoffs. We will break all of that down when we return. Now in Styles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
I was just letting it ride. Kyle, can you find the instrumental for the Drake sample of this on the other for the next break? That to me was one of the most well done samples that I've heard. And it wasn't really a sample because it was a sample, but it was a full on sample. It wasn't just a little hit there, here or there. If you can find that, it's great stuff.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I know what you're talking about.
Oh,
so.
my goodness.
Is this old Drake?
Pretty old. I mean, I was early in college.
Let's see.
It's called Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, this is all the way from So Far Gone. Yeah, this
That's
is
right.
this is from his mixtape.
Let's get that going on the other side. From the 530, we're about to not get on Dwayne, but we're about to hear from Dwayne in a couple minutes here. Just wanted to read this text, or a couple texts that we had coming in. 916 says, great analogy. The only thing, because I think these are connected, right? 916 says, great analogy, talking about the Rubik's Cube analogy. The only thing is eventually you get tired of that Rubik's Cube and you just stop playing with it. And I think that is a comparison as far as fans and fans being interested in it. The 530 chimes in and says, come on, Allen. This is a team that is fighting to hang on to a 9 or 10 seed. If the front office doesn't fix this team's weakness, it will be the same thing next year. That is not good enough by a long shot. That is from Joe from the 530. So the reason those things are connected is because I took a look at the attendance, right? And how the attendance can kind of sway up and down. They don't have the other numbers because the season obviously isn't done yet, but just off the top, just eyeballing it here where the Kings are the mid-20s, right? So the Kings are about 24th in attendance this season, okay? What's interesting, and obviously this is on ESPN.com NBA attendance report. These things get very confusing with who sells what and who shows up. So these reports aren't perfect, but they're about 25th, 24th, mid-20s this season. Last season, I found very interesting, coming off of the Beam Team season, they were actually 19th. So I would have thought with teams like the Spurs, the Pistons, and again, this isn't a perfect metric, but the Spurs were 16th, the Pistons were 15th, the Jazz were 14th, the Blazers were 13th, the Magic were 12th, and the Kings were at 19th coming off the Beam Team season. Now, obviously, those things can sway throughout that season. So I know your next question is, well, what happened in 2023? In 2023, the Kings were 20th, right? So, again, not a perfect metric, but I use it as it pertains to this conversation because I do think that this team, and funny enough, in 2023, you know where the Thunder were? The Thunder were last in 2023, and in 2025, the Thunder are still pretty low. Now, again, not a perfect metric.
We're doing averages about 25th.
Yes, which is kind of surprising.
Well, I think their arena's smaller than other ones, so it's not perfect science either because different arenas have different capacities.
Exactly. So, as a 530 says, come on, Allen. If the front office doesn't fix this team's weakness, it will be the same thing. That is not good enough by a long shot. And the 916, great analogy. The only thing is you eventually stop playing with it. So I'm going to say this as respectfully as possible. And this is not me saying it to the 530, and this is not me saying it to the 916, but I am kind of cosplaying the Kings, if you will. So you just said what you said, and my answer to you, or my question to you would say, or what? Or what? Are you going to stop supporting the Sacramento Kings? You don't really have much of a choice. And you, 530 specifically, can say you'll stop. And I believe you, Joe from the 530. And 916, I believe that one day you'll stop playing with the Rubik's Cube. But Sacramento, it's kind of a perfect business because when you are the only show in town, you know, the A's are here for 3 to 4 years. The other side of this is just not supporting anyone. You want to go support the Warriors, something like that. So the Kings are in kind of this perfect middle ground where we don't really have to ever figure out the Rubik's Cube, because I don't believe that there will be enough people that put it down. And when I look at what happened in Memphis, right? The crazy thing is Sacramento prides itself on being fans no matter what. That's what an owner loves to hear. So I can swing and miss and do whatever the hell I kind of want, and I know you'll be there. 4-game losing streak, you come home, and Kings fans are good at this. It's not the Kings fans' fault. They compartmentalize how they feel about what's happening with the team as a whole versus the actual players. Hey, I don't like that the Kings are just in this purgatory, but I'm going to go out there and support the players that are wearing their jerseys. It's a perfect business model for Kings ownership and anyone connected to the Kings, because there are not going to be enough people. That place was rocking against the Grizzlies, and it will continue to, because that's what the Kings fans pride themselves on. So I can continue to swing and miss. I can continue to tweak. And even if the tweaks don't work out, you're still going to believe in the hope, because you don't really have anything else to believe in. You can't turn, I know there are a lot of Niner fans out here, but it's not the same. You can't, I'm done with the Kings, man. I'm going to go focus on, we can't focus on the Raiders anyway. I'm going to go focus on whatever. Pittsburgh, right? With 3 teams, or excuse me, they have, 3 teams with baseball, NHL, NFL, some of these other cities, you're held to a different standard. But the idea that there are going to be enough Joe from the 530s that say, I'm done supporting this team, if I'm a betting man, I'd say I think there's still going to be enough people that will support.
So when we're talking about support, are we talking about financially support the team, or are we talking about like I'm going to dedicate my time and energy?
Both. I'm saying both in general, because NBC Sports, they'll have numbers, right? And if those numbers fall off a cliff, they know that. It's all connected to me.
Okay, because I feel like there's difference in terms of paying to, for example, listen to us on the radio. Mm-hmm. It's free, it's accessible.
Right. And to be honest, that might be something that the fan decides, I don't need Kings all day because they're not good enough for Kings all day. So it might be that, right? But I'm still going to watch the game when it's on.
Yeah, and I just think there's a different level of monetary investment between let's just say watching the game at home. I just meant the radio because it's the free, accessible, you can just go to sacktownsports.com and listen. You don't have to pay anything. Mm-hmm. So there's a difference between listening on the radio, which doesn't directly have a monetary impact on the Kings, versus spending $300 for 2 jerseys and going to games and doing that, right? There's different levels of financial investment in the team. And there's data that's been done over the years that says the results of the team has a direct impact in the amount of monetary investment from their fan base. I know that sounds straightforward, but there is data that says the better a team is, the more money that gets spent around that team.
Of course. Now, and that's a good point. As we kind of talked about the Thunder, which wasn't a great example, right? We talk about the Thunder, not a great example, because it all, as far as attendance is concerned, I'm here on Statista.com, revenue of the Sacramento Kings from 01-02 to 2023, 2024. So the only crazy dip, Kyle, and this is in millions of dollars. So in 2019, right, it was the revenue was $286 million. In 2020, which is obviously 2020, and then you have 19 in 2020, then you have 2020 and 2021. That's the crazy dip where, you had COVID and things like that.
Yeah, not for basketball reasons, for pandemic reasons.
So that drops all the way down to 245 and then 192. They creep up back to 279 in 2022. Beam team season, okay? Beam team season was $289 million. Last season, which I would say is, hey, we're all feeling good about Beam team season and we're going to go out and support the team. It shoots all the way up, highest revenue since, or probably ever, but this goes from 2001, $320 million. So what I'm curious about is that was last season, okay? We will get the numbers for this season at the end of the year, and then going into next season, what happens there? Because that's all hopium. That's $320 million in hopium, and the hopium was taken away this season. Now, we don't know how that will affect the rest of this season and the revenue, but that, to your point, is more so indicative of I'm done playing with the Rubik's Cube versus, and I don't know if TV is included in this or how that works.
Well, it's revenue, so it's just,
and the TV is, some of it is fixed based on, TV is different than ratings because you have the TV deals and then you have the ratings.
Yes.
So those are, you can look at it a couple different ways. And now I'm getting into baseball because baseball, they care about the revenue. It doesn't really matter who showed up to the game or whatever else.
But it also includes the revenue sharing from the league. Exactly.
So this is a better indication when you're looking at, are people buying jerseys? Are they, because anywhere I walk, anytime there's something in the sales rack, what does it say on it, Kyle? De'Aaron Fox. And I already have a washed De'Aaron Fox jersey that I gave my daughter that she cannot wear anymore.
I mean, she can.
She can.
I mean, there'll be people wearing De'Aaron Fox jerseys at Golden One Center a decade from now.
I was just kind of thinking of the business model, man, and how much anybody believes in this isn't good enough, right? When I feel, because I agree, but now what? It's not good enough. But what do you do? And you can hit them in the pockets by, I'm not buying jerseys, things like that. But ultimately, when you're the only show in town, you get viewed a little differently. I'm curious how Blazers fans feel and other teams in certain situations. Great stuff. Dwayne, we didn't forget about you. I'm just way over on time, so you will lead us at 11:30. Hang on for a couple minutes here. And then we break down the playoff probability predictor and, according to Tankathon, what it will take for the Kings to keep their pick. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Consolidated Communications.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Expect a cool start to your Wednesday. Expect some areas of patchy fog as well. For the afternoon, we'll see partly sunny skies, temperatures reaching the lower 60s, and a chance for a few passing showers around sunset. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Want internet with more speed and less frustration? Fidium Fiber Internet is better because it's built to deliver more bandwidth and speeds up to 2 gigs. Switch today and you can kiss buffering and weak Wi-Fi goodbye. Visit fidiumfiber.com.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun.
They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. All right, I know what you're thinking. Here we go again, another Drapes commercial for his guys and girls down there at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. But trust me, listen to this. Whether you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they'll take care of you. Trust me, they got certified pre-owned vehicles starting at 3.49 APR on select 2021, 22, and 23 models. And take it from me, when you go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you leave out feeling like you're valued, like they trust you, like they care for you. Matter of fact, it's like they're your family. That's right. So for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the entire community. And get this, it's not that far away, guys. Just a short drive down I-5, or of course, online anytime at mbofstockton.com. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations, covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
You know what I love about spring? It's a season of change, and that means it's time for a closet refresh. Enter Kohl's. With the extra 15% off they have going on, I saved on the latest styles for my entire family, like a cute dress for myself, linen shorts for my husband, and spring jackets for my kids. Just add sunshine and we're set. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 15% offer ends March 23rd. See store at Kohl's.com for details.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Halfway through the 11 o'clock hour, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, having a good conversation about how much, I guess, leverage the Kings have based on the patience that Kings fans have. And the comparison was to a Rubik's Cube when it comes to their tweaks. And we've looked at a couple different metrics. We'll know more at the end of the season, just as far as, and this was a really confusing season. So I'd almost want to see kind of the revenue breakdowns after the Mike Brown firing and after the De'Aaron Fox trade, because that's when it feels like people started to question what in the world was going on. When in reality, we took plenty of calls about a lot of people not necessarily knowing what to think about De'Aaron Fox. So, and how they viewed De'Aaron Fox. So, yeah, a lot remains to be seen, but ultimately, when you are the only show in town, I do think you have a little bit more leeway than others. You know, look, I'm coming from the Bay, right? Warriors have a down year. I mean, the Giants right now, I'll tell you right, when I was in the Bay, you could not buy Allen. Do not talk about stop it. No, we're not talking about the Giants. But Jung-Hoo Lee, no Giants talk, please.
I mean, the Giants are a good example. Didn't they used to have that sellout streak of 12 years or whatever? And now you can get a Giants game for like $20.
But you're battling the Warriors. You're battling the Niners as well, right? So that they have more to lose. There are other shows in town. And
now the Valkyries play in the summer too.
Valkyrie too. And you had, when they won 107 games, I think that was the season where, okay, hey guys, and obviously baseball is just, when it comes to baseball and radio, it's just doesn't come off as compelling all the time. But that 107, you got to win 107 games to talk about the Giants. And then then nobody believed it. And as soon as they lost, it was done. There was no carryover, nothing like that. I don't know what the equivalent is, but the equivalent of that, and maybe that is Beam Team. I mean, they're still eating off of the Beam Team to this day.
Well, the beam itself,
they're eating off the beam itself.
I mean, that was a great idea, just across the board. Didn't the Kings win
marketing that year? They won marketing, front office, coach,
business awards or whatever,
clutch players. So a lot happened there. This is from the 916, and we have Dwayne and Brandon on the line. 916 says, I disagree that Sac has unlimited patience for the Kings. As a lifelong fan who consumes tons of Kings content, I find myself for the first time just not caring. I'm so indifferent now. They don't even disappoint me anymore. The Kings may be the only team physically not worth, it was a long one here, not worth my time. And they do that year in and year out. My question to you, 916, would be, talk to me at the beginning of next season. Because once it starts, I understand that you're probably not all in right now, but it has to me, it comes down to at the beginning of next season, do you still feel indifferent? If there is no buzz around the Kings to start the season, then you have a big problem. I think there are a lot of people that are checked out right now, but once the new season comes around, they go get, like I said, go tweak something here or there. Those butts will be in the seats and people will be cheering and there will be that hope until there's no more hope.
I mean, there's a waiting list for season tickets.
Right. So I hear you at 916 about right now. It's just as far as will you feel like that? And maybe you will. And I encourage you to text in again, but will you feel like that, or call in at the beginning of next season? Because everybody has that hope. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 916-339-1140. Got Brandon and Dwayne. And Dwayne's been waiting for a while. What's up, Dwayne? What you got for us?
Hey, Allen Stiles. What's up with the homies?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I've been frustratingly, I feel like ahead of this thing for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I prayed on it.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what we got, man. We got two scenarios, man. And option A is not that bad. And I'm putting all my energy towards this. And I think everybody in the 916 should.
Okay.
You're all Kings fans. Let's get into a damn series.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into a series this year. It's not over. Let's get into a series. And imagine this, bro. What if they take game 1 or game 2 on the road, bro?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden Sacramento has home court.
Yeah.
All of a sudden the city will be alive, bro. You still got action. You know what I mean? Let's get game 1 or game 2 on the road and let's get home court and see what that fuels.
Yeah.
Now, the second scenario, unfortunately, is you don't get a series. And simply put, money got to go, man. So that's where I'm at, bro. That's it. That's all. I got to go.
Thanks for the call, Dwayne. And I would say this. Look, in that scenario, you're going to be the 8 seed, right? So, hey, Thunder, start resting. Start getting rusty. Huh? Right?
I mean, even the notion that they win one on the road to get back home court advantage, doesn't guarantee that they would still be underdogs at home.
Oh, well, they would be. I can't even, to be completely honest with you, and I appreciate it, Dwayne, I just can't get past the Clippers at home. That's my issue now. It's not win a damn playoff series for me. It's get in.
Yeah.
Right? Or I think Dwayne might have said get to a playoff series. I don't know that I'm ready to physically try to convince myself that the Kings are going to win 2 games in a row. And I know, and I tweeted just a couple days ago, but Kyle, that win last night that the Clippers got against the Cavs, it really did a number on me. And I already wasn't feeling good. You know how I feel. If it's a win and get in, I want the Timberwolves. I never wanted the Clippers.
Yeah.
So at this point, I guess I'm rooting for the Clippers. I don't know.
No. I mean, I would root for the Clippers if you want the Warriors, but at the same time, I think what you're selling is hopium, and what you're selling is hopium for a week.
Yeah.
That or a day that maybe they could pull it off, or maybe the series lasts 6 games and then it's a 12-day long extravaganza. That's kind of what you're selling at this point, is can we get to a playoff series and against a number 1 seed that is pretty unflappable, but also would represent one of the largest upsets in modern NBA history if they were to pull it off.
Hey, we're built for this. Sacramento, the underdogs. Brandon, we don't want to keep you short. We're still making up for when I just cooked. I went full Carmichael Dave and just cooked that stop sign. So don't go anywhere, Brandon. We want to give you full time, and we will give you that time on the other side. More texts to get through as well. Great conversations happening here on the Allen Stiles Show. Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Huge savings now on new 2025 Silverado at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter.
Save $11,000 off MSRP after rebates every new Silverado LT Turbo Max with Meta Chevy's exclusive all-in-stock pricing.
And Meta Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$11,000 off new Silverado at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MetaChevy.com. Together, together. Let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing some of the offers.
Made a great deal of Maya.
Join Sacktown Sports for all the madness this Thursday at Tom's Watch Bar, where we'll be broadcasting live all day starting at 10 a.m. with Allen Stiles, the Drive Guys at 2, and ending at 5:30 with the Kings Game Night broadcast. Tom's Watch Bar, Sacramento's biggest sports party.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. We will be on location tomorrow at Tom's Watch Bar for the start of March Madness. Obviously, March Madness has kind of already started for the Kings for sure, and also for the NCAA. First 4 games happening yesterday and today. I still got to fill out my bracket. And in an hour, we have some cheat codes for you, okay, in order to help you win your bracket. And I'm reading them off the air with you as well. I haven't even looked at these yet, but I think we have some Cinderellas that we can pick out. And they're one of the notes that we have is that a Cinderella has had 2 specific statistics. Kyle's going to love this segment, by the way, but 2 specific statistics every year. A low seed, if you will, a 12, a 13, whatever, has made a run in the tournament. So if you want to win your bracket, your work bracket, your friend bracket, whatever it is, if you want to win that bracket, you don't want to miss what we have to say in about an hour. And we don't want to miss what Brandon has to say, who's been waiting patiently, 916-339-1140. Let's get to Brandon. Brandon, what you got for us?
Happy game day, guys.
That's right. Happy game day.
I got a couple quick things real quick. I love the analogy on the Rubik's Cube. All I'll say about that is you're right. There is enough fans that are going to continue to fill up the seats. But I do have a bunch of friends who are middle class, just average guys, and they go in on the partial season tickets. And it's a big chunk of their income, their exposable income. And just talking to them the past couple of weeks, it's a time to opt in or opt out. And they've actually chosen to opt out. So I don't know if that's a sign for everybody else, but my whole thing with it and being a fan is, like you said, Sacramento gives the ownership a chance to swing and miss because we'll still be fans. My whole thing is, as long as you're swinging, though, I am a fan. So that's why I've been kind of giving, since the All-Star break, giving this team its time and not trying to be too high or too low, because we asked for a bunch of changes, and we got, even though as much as we criticized Monty, he did make a lot of changes, and the Valanciunas one has shown to be crucial. So that's how I feel about that. My on the court comment real quick I wanted to say is, I think with these upcoming games, it's going to be crucial to not turn the ball over. It seems like when we have big turnover games, obviously, we have a lot of tough losses. And with losing Sabonis, it seems like whenever he's out of the lineup, the turnovers seem to increase. And with these games getting closer and closer to playoff-type games, I just really hope the team can focus on not turning the ball over and making those good passes turn into good three-point shots. Because when we are shooting the 3-ball good, we seem to be in a good place at the end of the game. So that's all I got.
No, thanks for the call, Brandon. I think that's interesting because Sabonis turns the ball over a lot, right? So the fact that when Brandon watches, it feels like the Kings turn the ball over less. I do wonder, are the team turnovers down, but Sabonis has majority of them because he's the one handling the basketball? So, yeah, it's been tough lately, man. And some of that is how much time we've got to see Domantas Sabonis with this new team. He's been a bit injured compared to when they had De'Aaron Fox. Brandon had a good note, and there are a couple people chiming in about the season ticket stuff. 916 says there's no longer a wait for season tickets. That ship has sailed. So many season ticket members around me did not renew. So that's from the 916. And yeah, I can't wait for those numbers to come out because, that's how you show someone whether you're happy or unhappy with what they're doing. But to that point, I think Brandon brought up a good point. And, we took the calls about De'Aaron Fox. And I think that, funny enough, there was less negativity around Mike Brown prior to his firing than De'Aaron Fox, right? I think that people were starting to get upset with Mike Brown. And when the 5-game losing streak happened and he started maybe rubbing people the wrong way, that's when it turned in terms of the fans. But I took way more calls about De'Aaron Fox not being a true number one. I think when it comes to what the Kings decided to do, a lot of people thought, if you're moving off of De'Aaron Fox, then let's just blow the whole thing up and go get a real number one. But to that point, I think there were also people like Brandon that, and I'm not saying that Brandon was directly in this conversation, but just as far as moving De'Aaron Fox, hey, I don't really know what should happen after moving De'Aaron Fox, but I know De'Aaron Fox isn't the answer. So now that Monty McNair has gone out and moved off of De'Aaron Fox, who you didn't think was the answer, it's kind of unfair to be upset about that. So bringing it back to how people believe or don't believe in the Kings and the moves that they have made, if you are one of these people that called into this show or any of the shows on this station and did not feel like De'Aaron Fox was that guy and kind of wanted to move off of him, it's kind of tough to be upset with what the Kings have done, because they did move off of him. They didn't go in the direction of let's get stockpile of young picks. And we saw that text yesterday. Somebody said Zach LaVine didn't make sense. You could have just went younger with picks and just see what happens with Domantas and Malik. And they decided to try to get a version of De'Aaron Fox's production. But let's not get it twisted. There were a good amount of people that weren't happy with Mike Brown, and loved Doug Christie, and there were a good amount of people that did not think that De'Aaron Fox was the answer. So all those people, are they now mad at how it turned out? You kind of asked for change. We don't know what the change is going to look like.
Well, I think the people who asked for change can hold up the same point that people who didn't ask for change are, which is injuries have derailed their chance to actually play together and figure out how this thing is going to work, which, to Brandon's point, I have some numbers that might back him up a little bit.
Of course you do.
Because
of course you do.
In the 10 games that Sabonis has played in the interim beam team era, averaging 16 turnovers per game. And in the 6 games he has not played, they're averaging 11 turnovers per game. So that's 5 less without Domantas Sabonis than when Sabonis plays.
But Brandon had that swapped. Brandon said it felt like they turned the ball over less when Sabonis played.
When he went out. That's what the numbers are saying. They turned the ball over 5.
No, he was worried about not having Sabonis because of turnovers, I believe.
Either way, the stats also are a little fugazi because the Kings also are averaging 10 points per game less when Sabonis doesn't play. So they're turning the ball over less, but they're also shooting the ball less and scoring less points with Domantas Sabonis out. But to the other point, I mean, it's strange because the Kings, even if people are canceling season tickets and even if people who wanted the change are coming back, you still don't feel the excitement, right? The feel good is kind of, I feel like, gone for a lot of people. So even if you wanted change and you're seeing change and you're willing to wait to see what the change looks like, I mean, that's like a year-long investment in this team before you actually will maybe start to feel good about it, versus we had been investing in De'Aaron Fox for 6.5 years. He was a homegrown guy. He was their person. And so I understand that even if the team plays somewhat comparably, the feel good isn't going to be there as much.
Yeah, I mean, you look at who was on the Beam team, and essentially a majority of the core pieces of that team are gone, right? I mean, as much as people like to complain, you had Davion Mitchell. He had the nickname Off Night, right? You just talked about De'Aaron Fox, and obviously he was the head of the snake, and he was a clutch player of the year, and I'm bleeping nice. You move on from Tyrese Halliburton, but that nets you one of the biggest stars and most productive players that you've had in Sacramento in a very long time, maybe since Boogie Cousins or something like that. You Red Velvet, even though he came over in a trade, he's got the cool nickname. There's a guy who runs around the arena dressed just like him. So the whole thing kind of blew up, and it feels like, and you know what I was even going to say? As much as people like to complain about him, there was just something inherently beam teamy about complaining about Harrison Barnes. So you move on from all these guys and that gave you emotions, whether they were positive or negative, and it's almost an emotionless team at this point. You still have Malik Monk, still have Domantas Sabonis, but you kind of have some hired guns in DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, and you're still not winning consistently, so it's tough.
Well, it just takes more time. And even the limited time they've had has been derailed by Malik being out for 5 games and Sabonis being out for 6 games and now being out for another 7 games. So basically, when did Sabonis get hurt? The Rockets game was March 1st. So basically the last month and a half of the season is going to be cooked for possible chemistry reasons with the team because of Sabonis injuries and Monk injuries.
And that is why they're probably going to run it back. On the other side, let's head back to the rest of this season as we break down the official numbers in the Kings draft pick situation based on Tankathon and the playoff probability predictor. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Awesome Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
It's March, and you're in luck because at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, they're slam dunking the competition with unbeatable deals on overhead doors. Hey there, Jason Ross here, and whether you're upgrading your home just like we did, or need a reliable, secure garage door, they've got the perfect match for you. And March is the perfect time for a fresh start. Take your home to the next level with high-quality doors that stand strong, look amazing, and are installed by trusted professionals. The winning results we got is more than we could have asked for, and you can do the same. So visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com today and check out their showroom as well. And when you do, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports, and find out about the $150 off a new garage door with the purchase of a garage door opener. Your dream door, just like us, is a click away. You can call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Conditions, terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Talking about the direction of the Sacramento Kings and whether or not they'll run it back with some minor tweaks. Will they blow the whole thing up? Kind of led us to a conversation about attendance and ticket sales. The 415 is asking, can you clarify their ranking? Whether the ranking is because the arena doesn't seat as many as others, or are they counting who shows up? Can you be a little bit more specific? Yeah, the NBA, and this is what we pulled it from NBA.com, not to get too in the weeds, but yeah, the NBA just has it as totals, but you're right, 415. Kyle and I were just kind of breaking down. It should be not Kyle's favorite, the per 36 in the NBA should be percentage filled and not necessarily your actual number. Because if the Kings are filling up their arena, and that's why somebody else said it should be more about the sellouts versus your actual number. Because if the Kings or the Thunder, who are having a great season, are filling up more than the Jazz, for example, but the Jazz have a bigger arena, the Thunder should be higher on that list.
Yeah, so the Kings have the 5th smallest arena in the NBA in terms of capacity.
Yes.
So they're never going to make the top 10 simply because they don't have the size.
Right, which makes the report completely stupid to me.
Well, yeah, but that's why it was so, because the other thing that's weird about that is like they've played a couple less home games. So just doing total capacity doesn't make sense. The problem is sellout, in air quotes, the numbers get fudged so much by the organizations that, in my humble opinion, the term sellout is completely meaningless.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants, half of that streak, right, was just people that were there to eat Ghirardelli and leave.
But I'm not even saying that. I'm saying they fudged the numbers by saying this was total percentage of tickets sold.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 20% of those, the person never showed up. So is it a sellout if they don't show up versus
And that's not just a Kings thing. Everyone does
Everyone does it. I don't know if you listen to David Sampson at all, his podcast, he's talked openly with the he used to run the Marlins. He was like, we lied about numbers all the time, just made up numbers to fill arenas with.
And I do, now that I'm looking at the report, it does have an average and percentage, right? So we'll take a look back at that when the season is over.
Yeah, that's probably so. Just real quick, you have the totals there probably at some point. These are the only arenas that are smaller in capacity than Golden One Center. It's Smoothie King Center in New Orleans. I don't know where the Pelicans rank necessarily. Are they pretty low?
The Pelicans, I mean, they have to be. They might be last. No, they're not last. The Pelicans.
Yeah, it gives us a rough estimation. Like, how do they compare to teams of comparable arena size?
Yeah, the Pelicans are 23rd.
23rd. Okay, so the Kings were what, 24th? And the Pelicans were 23rd. So then you have Atlanta, the Hawks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Kings. This is saying the Kings are 29th, but again, it's all based on the size. Kings are 29th. Hawks are 26th.
But also the Kings are probably 29th because they've played 2 fewer games.
Exactly.
So, like, they'll be ahead of the Wizards and a couple of
the Pacers are last because they've played 30.
Yeah. So an average would be better. I think the Wizards were last if you take the average, remembering the numbers from earlier. So, yeah, like the Kings have a smaller arena, but they are also attended about as you would expect for a team with that size of arena.
Yeah, and where we led was more so the revenue, and curious what the revenue will look like at the end of this season. But thanks for the shout from the 415. Still got some calls coming through, 916-339-1140, and some texts that we will get to, but we have teased it enough. Let's break down the official numbers on the Kings draft pick situation. So the Sacramento Kings first round pick is top 12 protected, which we all know. Okay? If it ends up 13 through 30, it goes to Atlanta. That's part of one of those Beam Team members, Kevin Herter. So let's assume the Kings finish with a better record than the 2 Eastern Conference play-in losers, all right? They currently have a better record than all 4 teams, Atlanta, Orlando, Miami, and Chicago. So let's assume that the Kings finish with a better record than the 2 Eastern Conference play-in team losers, because that would matter for the chances. So if you make the playoffs, which they have a 23% chance right now to make the playoffs, they do not keep their pick, 0% chance. If they miss the play-in as the lower seed, okay?
So that means, just to clarify, that means they had a better record than the other team that missed the play-in. So, like, if they're the 9 seed, if they beat the 10 seed,
right,
and then they miss the playoffs,
right,
they have the lower seed because they're the 9 and the 10. So, like, if they get the 8 but still miss the play-in, presumably the 10 also loses, that qualifies as the lower seed.
Right. So if they miss the play-in as lower seed, they have a 46% chance of doing that. They have a 2.4 chance to keep the pick. If they miss the play-in as the higher seed, which basically is if you're the 10 seed.
Or if the 10 seed makes the playoffs,
right,
as the 8th seed.
Exactly.
If the 10 seed goes on a run and if the 10 seed beats the 9 and the 8.
If they miss the play-in as the higher seed, which is a 28.5% chance of that happening, that raises their chances to 4.8 to keep the pick. And if they miss the play-in altogether with a whopping 1.8% chance to do that, that, my friends, is, I think, what a lot of people have circled at 92.8%. When you say lose, lose, lose. The problem is, as I read that before the 92.8%, is they only have a 1.8% chance of doing that. So I'm not telling, I would never tell you how to fan, and I'm not saying to hope that the team wins or loses. Even if you want the team to lose, that's a lot of losing. A lot of losing.
Here, let's do it this way. So 1.8% chance is where it stands right now to miss the play-in altogether. They would have a better chance of drafting Cooper Flag or landing Cooper Flag at the 14th best odds than they would of missing the playoffs at this point, or missing the play-in altogether. So it is a capital L long shot that they would fall all the way down to 11 at this point.
Yeah, and again, and this is what we talked about. This is what we've been going back and forth about with some callers and texters as well. Even sitting at that 4.8% chance to keep the pick or 2.4, I mean, yeah, you could get run out the gym by the Thunder, but you also could do what Dwayne said, and maybe you win a game. Who knows? At least you give yourself a chance in a playoff. And come on, you're going to be sitting there watching the playoff games, whether you get swept or not. I'm not giving up the chance to make the playoffs or giving up the playoffs, even if I know you might get run out the gym for a 2.4 chance to keep your pick.
Well, so here's the one final number, which is if you add up all the probabilities of them ending up 14, 13, 12, make the playoffs, whatever. If you add it all up, divide, I literally pulled out a calculator to do this math. The total chance right now that the Sacramento Kings will hang on to their draft pick by any situation, by falling out of the play, whatever, their total chance is 4.1%. That's basically nothing.
Right.
Their chances of keeping the pick are so slim that even trying to increase their odds from 4% to 10% is, in my estimation, less valuable to the team than trying to win and get into the playoffs. That will serve the franchise in the long run better than trying to increase odds that are already very low.
Very low.
It sucks that the Kings are stuck in this position of like, they're in the worst possible spot to be in, which is a lottery team that also doesn't get to keep their draft pick. But at the same time, at this point, the cards have been dealt as they are, and that 4% chance might happen whether they make the playoffs, whether they lose in the play-in, whether they don't make the play-in. Altogether, you're looking at like a 1 in 25 chance of them keeping their pick. So regardless of how it goes, it is very, very, very likely that Atlanta is going to get their pick.
530 says, how is it only a 1.8% chance? 15 games left and they just got smoked by the Suns. Well, it's what is also a part of it, 530, is not just what the Kings do, right? It's a lose off. As we said, the Kings versus Suns, it was a trick off last weekend when they played each other. The Suns have the toughest schedule. So if the Suns, and it's not just the Suns, don't forget. So the Mavs, sure, they get Anthony Davis back. And again, we just talked about playing with new pieces and playing with new players on the court. You have to get Anthony Davis back, and then you're trying to make a random play-in run with no Kyrie Irving. So maybe that happens, probably not. But you need both things to happen. Three things, actually. You need the Kings to be very bad. You need the Suns to be very good. And you need the Mavs to be very good. And I don't think one of those things might happen. Two of those things might happen. But I don't think three of those things are going to happen. So this is about the Kings falling out of the play-in altogether. 916-339-1140. Dr. Diego wants to be a part of the conversation. We will get to Dr. Diego after the break. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
It's a better chance of the Kings making a run. There is a better chance of the Kings doing what Dwayne said about an hour ago and stealing home court in OKC than there is of the Kings keeping their pick. That's how I would look at it.
That is correct.
That's how I would look at it.
There's a 6 times better chance of them making the playoffs than them keeping their pick.
Right.
Because Phoenix is just so bad.
916-339-1140. Dr. Diego wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Dr. Diego? What you got for us?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How we doing?
Hi. Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just got back from Sacramento. Actually, I had to fly up to Sacramento to get this team well. I was at the game on Monday night.
There you go. We might need you to. You need to come back tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it might be a little late for that.
Yeah.
But I was really happy to hear, Alan, that you were that Monk was your favorite player on the team, because he is mine as well.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, when I was in Sacramento, I went out to Rockland, my first visit to the trading, with the trading cards, with Emeren, right? I've listened to the program, him and Whitey's program, for the last 2 Saturday mornings, and I was kind of like intrigued. And so I went out and I got myself a Monk rookie card, autographed, certified, the whole bit.
Oh, nice.
Monday, yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, and then he turned me on actually to a Scott Pollard, because I've been following Scott's, journey, let's say, through since his transplant and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Turned me on to a Scott Pollard bobblehead that he had there, so that was kind of cool.
Oh, great
stuff.
So
I came home with that. But I just wanted to let you know real quick, I understand you're going to be in San Diego for your birthday, you said?
That's right. That's right, on Friday.
I wanted to make a recommendation.
Oh, I love that.
One of my favorite musicians here. He's a phenomenal guitar player. He's playing at the Coronado Marriott at a really cool restaurant. It's called Albaca Indoor-Outdoor Restaurant.
Okay.
And he's playing from 6 till 8 p.m.
Okay. All right. So it's at, you said Albaca Restaurant, or what's the name of the guitar player?
Well, the hotel is the Marriott. It's the Coronado Marriott.
Okay.
On 2nd Street in Coronado.
Okay. Coronado Marriott. I got it down, 6 to 8 on Friday.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And if I see you, I'll come up and say hello, of course.
All right. Thank you, Doc. I'll say Dr. Diego sent me. Thanks for the call, Dr. Diego. Great stuff. And we might need you to come up again if the Kings don't get it done tonight. And thank you for the recommendation. Always love a good recommendation, especially out there in San Diego. Kyle, what's it called again? And I almost said something that it's definitely not called, not in that the district. I was thinking of a different district out there.
The gas lamp?
That's right. Is
that what you were trying to say?
That's what I was trying to say. It's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say had a light. There was a light. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yes, but
anyways, yes,
lamp. I was a little confused.
Yes,
there.
the gas lamp is in San Diego.
Okay,
it's right by the ballpark.
So is the gas lamp like San Antonio's Riverwalk? Hey, got to get to the gas lamp.
I mean, it's the place where all the tourists go.
Okay.
San Diego people don't really go to the gas lamp that much.
Yeah, and I wasn't gonna go. I heard about it.
It's right across from Petco. It'll be cool.
Okay.
The sign is literally like if you take the train or the trolley system, it drops you off at the gas lamp, and you can see that's the sign that everyone loves and Petco Park. They're right next to each other.
All right. Well, thank you to Dr. Diego and to Kyle from the 530. This is from Mary Francis from the foothills of Lotus. I like the connection that seems to be rekindling between Levine and DeRozan. Plus, they seem committed and playing well, and as exciting as the rest of the new players gel. Please explain. We were just talking about this. Please explain Isaac Jones' status. I think he should be playing more intermittently with Valanciunas since Sabonis is out. Thanks. So, Mary, great call. Kyle and I were briefly talking about this, but long story short, as the Kings decided to go with Terry Taylor, we were trying to figure out what the reasoning was, and it could possibly be a luxury tax thing about how many. Now, you could make the argument, well, why Terry Taylor? Because, Kyle, our argument was now adding Isaac Jones in addition to Terry Taylor, right? Because I think the better argument would have been, why not bring Isaac Jones back instead of Terry Taylor? Unless those contracts are not the same.
No, I mean, the 10-day contract thing is hundreds of thousands of dollars versus a guaranteed NBA contract. Right. The minimum is $2 million.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the rules are for Isaac Jones as an undrafted player when you make that conversion to a full roster spot. I tried to find the numbers. Obviously, it's not easy because the NBA salary cap is ridiculously complicated. Mm-hmm. But in essence, they are in a group that is called, I'm trying to remember what it was, but there's like 6 teams that are like right at the mid-level exception threshold, but below luxury tax. So when the Kings decided to trade for Jonas Valanciunas, they just absorbed him into their mid-level exception. So it didn't count against the salary cap. I think maybe we should ask Brendan Nunez exactly what the numbers are at this point, but essentially they're right up at the threshold where it's ambiguous whether or not signing Isaac Jones would push them over the luxury tax or not.
Right.
I don't know exactly the answer or why they choose to continue signing 10-day contracts, but it could be for salary cap purposes at this point.
And yeah, we're right there with you, Mary. Definitely would make more sense to see him now that we know Domantas Sabonis is going to be out for at least 10 days. So great stuff there. It's just going to be tough any way you spin it. And Valanciunas has been good, and I think he is still a starting center in this league, but you're starting to see, okay, now that we're seeing a lot of Valanciunas, it would be nice and last game we saw Trey Lyles at the 5, we saw Keegan Murray at the 5, and I'll tell you this much, you will not see Keegan Murray at the 5 tonight unless it's on Mobley, and that's not going to work. So yeah, it's just going to be tough sledding. How about you just get really hot from 3 tonight? That's what I'm thinking.
That's the strategy. Can we just get hot somehow?
I will say, when you look at the big daunting big men, the Celtics are a problem in itself, but I don't mind they have Cornette, right? But Cornette or Al Horford, you could survive. And then you have Hartenstein will probably give the Kings the business, but Chet Holmgren, Kyle, is not far away from, I don't know if he's playing or not, by the way. He's not far from that.
Yeah, but he was out for a long time, so I feel like he hasn't been around long enough to be in the game to game. He just has long stretches where he's out.
Yes. What were you going to say?
So I'm trying to figure out this Isaac Jones thing, because for two-way players, the maximum number of games you're allowed to be active is 50 in a season. Now, Isaac has been active for, if my math is correct, 45, but he's only played in 30. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the rules are on that, but it appears to me that he won't be able to go the rest of the season active for all these games. Now, G League playoffs are going to start, and maybe he goes back and forth there. Mm-hmm. But in the Memphis game, he was inactive, so it didn't count against his number of games he's allowed to be on the bench for. But if it's just games that he's played in, he would be able to go the rest of the season. But if it's games that he was active and on the bench, I think he only has 5 left the rest of the season.
Yeah. Okay.
Before they either have to sit him down or convert him to a full-time contract.
But even if that's true, you feel like you're kind of running. It's almost the idea of you use your challenge at the end of a game because you don't want the game to end and you didn't use it. I mean, I'll worry about that later, right? Tonight should be a night.
I guess, and I guess that is a question they have to figure out of how they want to piece the rotation together, which I would imagine Trey Lyles is going to be the backup 5, right? That would be my assumption, is that it'll be Valanciunas starting and Lyles at the backup 5, and maybe, just maybe, they'll occasionally use Isaac Jones at the 4. But yeah, I'm looking up Kessler Edwards just as a gauge, because I know that people were talking about he only has X number of games left with Dallas at this point. I think it's games that you're activated, so even if you don't play, it still counts against your total. So it looks like they only have 5 Isaac Jones games left this season before they either have to convert him to a
There's only 15 left.
I was hoping it would be every game, but
and to be fair, would they have already had to announce that for today's game? Are we sure that can't happen?
No, it would be on the injury report. They would say Isaac Jones out, 2-way designation or G League assignment or something like that.
So he could play tonight.
Yeah, he totally could. They chose not to activate him for the Grizzlies game.
Right. We do not know if he's activated yet tonight.
Yeah, we're going to need an injury report to tell us. And normally we just ignore that on the injury report when it's like Mason Jones out, G League assignment or something like that. But now it actually is kind of important to at least check just to see if this is going to be one of the 5 games.
And Brendan Nunez is confirming it is games active. He just texted us. He doesn't have to play. He doesn't have to have played in the game. I don't know about the exact number right now, but 45 out of 50 sounds right. So I think tonight is a night. Or do they say, let's not waste a game against the Cavs, and maybe he's better suited against, like I said, a Celtics or a team that you're already going to lose the big man conversation tonight, so maybe save him for something else. Let's get to the other side, and when we do, the conversation is whether or not the thoughts of Domantas Sabonis shutting down for the rest of the season should be crossing anyone's mind. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks number 1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on
that. Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Join Sacktown Sports for all the madness this Thursday at Tom's Watch Bar, where we'll be broadcasting live all day starting at 10 a.m. with Allen Stiles, the Drive Guys at 2, and ending at 5:30 with the Kings Game Night broadcast. Tom's Watch Bar, Sacramento's biggest sports party.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554, National Garage Door.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
15 minutes. You want to win your bracket? We have some notes for you to do that. And we have one last note as Kyle, Brendan, who's in the SAC chat, working hard to help us get to the bottom of the Isaac Jones situation. So based on some recalibrated math, the number isn't 5 games because it doesn't matter whether he played or not. It's looking more like the number is 1 game.
It is 1 game. Yes. I went back and cracked the numbers, which is basically just were they active on their basketball reference. So as long as basketball reference is correct.
Right.
Isaac Jones is at 49 games active. Mason Jones is at 25 games active, and Isaiah Crawford is at 15 games active. And you can have up to 50 on the two-way.
Yeah, and Isaiah, I mean, maybe it's an Isaiah Crawford type day. I know there are some Kings fans that are that deep in Kings Twitter and breaking down those numbers. There are some Kings fans that really love Isaiah Crawford.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard good things about him from Deuce, who does a lot of their G League games as well. According to Fanspo also, and I don't know how reliable this exactly is because cap math is hard in the NBA, it says the Kings have $3.2 million of tax space to work with. So they will stay under the luxury tax threshold by $3.2 million. Now, I don't know exactly how that works in terms of converting to a full NBA contract. I know Keon, who's a similar situation to Isaac Jones in terms of being a two-way player converted to NBA contract. He's at 2.1 million. So I guess if it's below 3.2, which it should be, they can convert him to a full two-way contract, but I don't know exactly if that number is accurate or not because, like I said, NBA cap math is very hard.
Yes, you've done plenty, Kyle. Great job. You have definitely earned your paycheck today. And the question is, Domantas Sabonis, should he come back to maybe feel like he's earning his paycheck when he's good and ready? Or should we have a conversation about shutting him down? If he's out at least 10 days, that puts him for reevaluation. That's the kicker, too. The reevaluation is in 10 days. For Saturday, the 29th, against the Orlando Magic, that would essentially give the Kings, 16 days and 9 games before the play-in, heading in on a 6-game road trip against the Magic, the Pacers, the Wizards, the Hornets, the Cavs, and the Pistons. So if he's not ready, basically, and the Kings target the end of that road trip for his return, that leaves them with 6 days and 3 regular season games, one of which they may rest starters versus Phoenix before they go to the play-in tournament. So basically, you might not need him in Orlando or in Indiana. They're a good team, but in Washington or Charlotte, do you want to take that chance of bringing him back early if you're pretty much locked into the 9 and he's one of your most important pieces? I think the other question is, when you think shutting down Kyle, are you thinking play-in included or just the regular season?
I think it should be on the table if we find out it's a grade 2 sprain of the ankle, because those typically take 4 to 6 weeks to recover from. And I caveat that by saying the Shams report didn't give us details on what exactly is going on. So we're waiting for either the Kings to provide an update or someone else to report that it's a grade 1 or grade 2 ankle sprain, because if they say it's grade 2, which is where you have some ligament damage, and not necessarily torn ligaments, but just damage, then you're looking at 4 to 6 weeks of recovery. And I would say if it's 4 to 6 weeks and you're locked into the play-in, you should consider shutting it down until possibly beyond the play-in, if not right before you're getting ready to go into the play-in. But we don't have that information yet.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. I know a lot of us feel like we don't. I was going to say I know Domantas Sabonis, but I don't. But I know how he comes off on the basketball court, and on top of the fact that they have been all in as far as making this timeline worth it. So there is no way. And even if it's grade 2, I think that they'd probably be thinking about bringing him back early. So I just don't see it happening, man. Not from either side, not from the Kings side, not from Domantas Sabonis' side.
They should consider it.
I don't think it'll be considered.
Okay.
I just don't think so. I think that there is, funny enough, quote unquote, too much on the line, but I simply just don't think that either side feels like they are in a position, because there's just so much on the table in the off season that I don't see it doing. And I just want to reread this, Kyle, from Shams. Sacramento Kings star Domantas Sabonis will miss at least 10 days with the right ankle sprain, sources tell ESPN. The NBA's leading rebounder returned last week after sitting for 6 straight games and will now miss additional time. Kings are 3-6 without Sabonis. That's another reason I don't think it'll happen, because he's already missed so many games, not just for him, just not him personally, but as a team. I just think that he really wants to be out there, and I would be very surprised if that even comes up. Back to what we were talking about, okay? Unless, of course, if the Suns if there is a chance that this team is going to fall out of the play-in, and let's say this next 5 games goes horribly for the Kings and they lose every game, and the Suns win every game and the Mavericks win every game, and from 1.8% chance of the Kings missing the play-in to 30% or whatever it is, and it's just not working. And I think the only argument I would have for you is, would you bring him back slightly early, depending on how bad it is? Would you bring him back slightly early or not give him that extra rest for a play-in push? If they're already in the play-in and they're just sitting in the play-in, you bring him back when he says he's ready and he gets cleared. If you're getting to that time and now you're on the outside looking in of the play-in, I would say, all right, let's go back to those numbers about keeping the pick and you're going to keep the pick and not rush your star back. So it would have to go super south for me to even have that conversation.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just operate under the scenario where it's a grade 2 ankle sprain, which standard recovery is 4 to 6, sometimes 8 weeks for that injury. And the injury happens on, March 17th. So 4 weeks would be April 17th, which puts you at the date of the play-in.
Right.
So in this hypothetical scenario, are you saying, if you're the Kings, do we need to bring him back 8 games early for what? To reintegrate into the system? Like, he is the system. Right. He's the point center. How much reintegrating do you have to do versus the risk of him re-aggravating that injury to the point where it's now he's got no chance of playing?
Right.
So that's kind of the fine line that you're playing with under this scenario where it's a grade 2 sprain. Again, we don't have that information yet specifically, but how do they compartmentalize the need to have him come back for a push versus the most important goal is just get ready for April 16th or whatever that date is?
And that is where I'm at. If you need him to stay in the play-in, you've already not done your job. That's how I see it. If you're in the play-in, then obviously if he's ready to go, you play him leading up to it. But I'm not bringing him back to be a savior. I'm bringing him back to get him back in the fold and prepare for the play-in. But if they drop and they're trying to fight to stay in the play-in, it's just maybe not meant to be.
Yeah.
And you could fall out and then get to keep your pick.
If you start dropping games to Charlotte and Orlando and Washington, like maybe...
Yeah, maybe someone's trying to tell you. That I saw a joke about, and I only have experienced this with the ladies, but just in general, when someone says they're a bad texter and how you take that, right? They're really trying to tell you they're not that interested. And the joke was when she says she's a bad texter, but every time you see her, she's holding her phone. But she claims, hey, I'm just sorry, I'm just not a great texter. No, she's a bad texter for you.
Yes.
So she's trying to tell you something. If they can't beat some of these teams on that road trip, this homestand, we know it's going to be tough. But if that road trip is squirrely, meanwhile, the Suns are doing their thing.
The Suns finally figure out.
After 3 years, the Suns figure it out.
The Suns rally around Budenholzer.
Then maybe she's trying to tell you something, and it's not that she's a bad texter. She's a bad texter for you. On the other side, we will discuss the Cinderella possibilities for March Madness. 1 o'clock, we have our Kings Cavs preview coming up. But when we return, we will tell you how to win your March Madness bracket. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Carl Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Our Kings Cavs preview coming up in 15 minutes, but this is our last opportunity to help you win some money, okay?
Potentially
with the bracket. So obviously,
and what are those brackets for?
March Madness. Oh, okay. We gotta let this ride. It's time. You know the sound. It's time to help you in March Madness. Look, I know a couple yesterday. The Drive Guys had on someone this morning. The morning show had on someone, but we're doing this ourselves. This is very much a millennial Gen Z way of breaking this down.
We don't need experts.
No. We don't need experts. We have YouTube and Twitter. So that's what we're going to use in order to help you.
It's 2025. Let's go.
That's right. So just some quick stats here to help you through what we think can happen starting tomorrow, even though some of it's going on tonight. So this is from our first guy, okay, Sal Bets. I do the research. You make the bets. Sal says March Madness upsets aren't random. There's a pattern. If you know what to look for, you can see them coming. Here are 3 teams that fit the profile for a Cinderella run this year. Everyone got their pen and paper out? If you're driving, just use your photographic memory.
Just go to the podcast in 20 minutes.
That's right. First up, this one's for Kyle Ledbetter, as they have gone from a D2 powerhouse straight to a Division I big boy very quickly. Kyle, if I read this right, the first team with D1 eligibility for their men's and women's to make the tournament, Sal Betts tells us UC San Diego.
Tritons up.
The Tritons. A lot of people don't even know this team exists, says Sal, but that's a big mistake because they posted a 30-win season on the back of their fast-paced style, elite shooting, and they can hang with anyone when it comes to scoring. The best part, they're led by an experienced senior guard, Tate Jones, and history has shown that experienced guards are a cheat code in March Madness. Next up, for the Cinderella run, give me the VCU Rams. They've done it before, so you know who they are.
Horns up.
This team forces turnovers at an elite rate, and they make teams play at their pace. To boil it down, they turn games into their style of play, a dogfight. VCU makes higher seeds uncomfortable, and that's a nightmare matchup for anyone. I'm trying to double-check here, Kyle. VCU's an 11 seed.
And who are they playing in the first round?
And they have BYU in the first round.
Are you going to pick against BYU on these airwaves?
We have a note because I'm pretty sure BYU, are they Big West now? Or where are they now?
They're Big 12.
Okay, because there's a specific note on the Big West that I will get into. And now I'm double checking, Kyle, where the seed is for your UC San Diego.
They're 12. They play Michigan.
Okay.
I think I have them going to the Sweet 16.
All right. And last but not least.
I'm sorry, I had them winning the whole thing on Monday.
And last but not least, from the one, the only Sal Betts, give me Colorado State, a team built for upsets. They shoot the lights out from deep, and they control the tempo of the game while not turning the ball over. Not to mention, they have multiple experienced seniors who have been battle-tested in high-pressure moments before. Teams like this have made deep runs before.
Okay, are you really a Cinderella if you just won a major conference tournament? Like, they just won the Mountain West tournament this weekend.
I'm just saying.
And also, don't you have some stat about fading the Mountain West?
I'm getting to that, Kyle. I'm getting to that. I'm trying to see where the Colorado State, they're 12 as well. So I will say this. I know Penny's my guy. I had 2 pairs of Penny Hardaways when I was growing up. But Memphis, AAC, I do not, and because Temple is in the AAC, I do not trust the AAC. I really like Colorado State in that game.
Expertise. Allen doesn't trust the AAC.
I don't trust the conference that my team is in.
See, Colorado State's a 3.5-point favorite in that game. What are we talking about, Cinderella? They're favored against Memphis.
Okay, well, that's a good cheat code, Kyle. You're on the right track here. You're getting it now. You're understanding. All right, this is from Dalton Cates, shredding your favorite sports books.
This is all the expertise we need. It's just guys on Twitter with quips.
Okay. Using Ken Palm's pre-tournament data.
I love Ken Palm.
We ideally want to see a team be good or decent on both offense and defense. 88% of Final Four teams were top 50 in both adjusted offense and adjusted defense. There's a few teams that don't fit this criteria this year, and obviously Dalton's bringing these teams up because they are higher seeds. Now, this one is scary. Dalton says that St. John's is 65th in adjusted offense. Okay, so Dalton is looking for teams that are top 50 in both. So St. Mary's, obviously, one of the top, not the highest seed, but a top seed there. They are a number 2 seed taking on Omaha. Now, I wouldn't say don't have them winning the first round, but these are teams that maybe you want to slow down on as far as sending them all the way through to the Elite 8 or Final Four. So Dalton says pump your brakes on St. John's, pump your brakes on Kentucky, 56th in adjusted defense, pump your brakes on Purdue, 63rd in adjusted defense, pump your brakes on Missouri, 73rd in adjusted defense, and pump your brakes on BYU, 68th in adjusted defense. When we are choosing our Final Four teams, we want teams that are balanced but also elite in at least one area. 69 of 88, that's 78% of Final Four teams were either top 10 in adjusted offense, and these teams go. Some teams that fit both criteria per region. Wow, Dalton's really just getting into the weeds here.
Yeah.
Per region, Auburn, Michigan State, Iowa State, Texas A&M. 4 teams that profile well here and should make this a tough bracket.
So the top 4 seeds.
That's right.
So he's telling you one of the top 4 seeds.
Thank you,
is gonna make
Dalton.
it.
East. Here you go. Sleeper pick. Duke, Alabama, Wisconsin. Duke looks to be the best bet here. Thank you, Dalton.
So the top 3 seeds in that region are the ones who are good.
Midwest, Houston, Tennessee, Gonzaga.
Oh, that's an 8 seed.
And Clemson. Gonzaga is a sleeper to make it out of this bracket.
Yeah,
Dalton
Ken Palm
says.
loves them.
The West, Florida, Texas Tech, Maryland. Dalton says this is the weakest region with no other teams qualifying for this or being super close. Florida seems like a strong bet here. Mm-hmm.
So he's saying 1, 3, and 4 in that region are good teams. He's just saying don't pick St. John's.
He's saying don't get spicy. Yes, don't pick St. John's and certain brackets where you need to pick and choose when to get spicy. Dalton closes with this. March Madness this year might have the strongest pool of top 10 to 12 teams we've ever seen in the tournament before. Even knowing that crazy stuff will be happening in the tournament, I'm likely going the boring route and having all these number 1 seeds to make the Final Four. And that's what we heard this morning as well. People are thinking it's going to be pretty chalky, which always confuses me because of the transfer portal and because so many things are changing. Last but not least, this is from Eli Hershkovich, sports betting. And Eli says he's a college hoops writer for DePaul. He says, your friendly reminder that Mountain West teams are 26 and 53 in the NCAA tournament since 2006. That's good for 32.9%.
Okay, buddy.
So go check out the Mountain West and fade the Mountain West.
But we're also supposed to pick Colorado State as a Cinderella team.
But you got to pick someone. They have won a couple.
And also 2 years ago, San Diego State was in the championship.
And then somebody said now remove San Diego State. It's probably even worse.
Yeah, that's the thing. They were like 5-1 that year.
All right. I feel smarter now. I feel like I'm taking Jason's bracket to the racket.
So take Colorado State, who's not a Cinderella, but also don't take the Mountain West.
And don't take St. John's.
And also take every top seed in every region because they're all very good.
And pick VCU over BYU as well. Great stuff. On the other side, our Kings Cavs preview. No Domantas Sabonis. No problem. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
With a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at HIMSS.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news. They're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations open. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We have hit the 1 o'clock hour. You know what that means. It is time for your Kings Cavs preview. As Kyle thought I was filling out my bracket right now. No, come on, you know me. I'm a huge overthinker. I'm going to sit there and mull over UConn, Oklahoma for about 40 minutes until my wife says we need to go to sleep.
I filled mine out this morning, and this year, because this is probably the least college basketball I've ever watched in my life, I actually flipped a coin for all of the 7, 10, 8, 9 games.
I like that.
I did an actual coin flip. Let the coin decide. Those games are so random anyways.
I like that, and you might have to flip a couple coins tonight to make yourself feel better about the Kings taking on the Cavs with no Domantas Sabonis. Not only are the Kings taking on a Cavs team that are 8-2 in their last 10, the two happened in a row, and the second of the two happened last night in Los Angeles. So they are going to be highly motivated as we look.
They're 15-2 in their last 17 games.
There you go. They are on the other side battling with the Oklahoma City Thunder as far as the number 1 overall seed, if both of them happen to make it to the finals. So they definitely have something to play for, and they definitely are going to want to get on the right side of things and kind of see, as once great Kings player once said, an opportunity to kick them while they're down. So that's what the Kings are dealing with. Obviously, the Kings, I would say this is a game, even at home, they're not playing with house money in the same way. Then they have pride, right? and they're not playing with house money the same way as a Cavs-Wizards game would look, but they are not expected to win this game, not having Domantas Sabonis. And this is, in particular, a team who I'll never forget, what was it, last season, where the Kings were actually playing pretty well on the road, and the Cavs, who were good but not great, they move on from their coach at the end of the season. They went out there to Cleveland, and the Cavs kind of beat the brakes off the Kings. So this hasn't been a good matchup even before the Cavs caught fire the way they caught fire this season with Kenny Atkinson and kind of the additions that they have made. And it's just going to be tough. It starts with the big men. You know, you have Mobley, you have Jared Allen. Those two guys kind of set the tone. Mobley does things offensively. Jared Allen can also do things offensively, but you know, he kind of shuts down the paint and makes it difficult for you to make anything happen. The good thing is most of the Kings don't really get into the paint that often in a situation like this. I mean, Malik Monk is really the main slasher, I would point out, on the team. Zach LaVine can do it. I actually wish he'd do it more, but that's not really what he does. He's an extremely efficient three-point shooter. So, you know, it's just going to me, this comes down to how much can the Kings stop the Cavs, and can they shoot the basketball tonight? That and not just can they shoot the basketball, can they get hot? That's really the only chance I see for the Kings, just watching this initially. Can they get hot from three, and are they able to at least slow down the Cavs as it pertains to everyone rolling? If it's going to be a Jared Allen and Mobley day, okay, well then Donovan Mitchell, you can't have him rolling as well. I'm taking a look here at the net rating. The Cavs are second in net rating behind the Oklahoma City Thunder. In defensive rating, they do drop down to 8, okay? And in offensive rating, they're number 1. So they're going to get hot. They're going to shoot the basketball. They have a guy that I've really wanted on the Kings, and one day I'll stop talking about it, in DeAndre Hunter. So, yeah, a lot of opportunities for the Kings. And, you know, they should be playing, at the very least, pretty loose today. And you have some leeway. You're kind of locked into the 9th seed now with what the Clippers did last night. You know, pressure is kind of a relative term, but, you know, I don't think it should be anything like honestly, last week was very pressure filled. They knew they needed that game in Denver, and they knew they needed that game in LA, and they didn't get them. Now the pressure is kind of off. You can't get to the 6 or the 7, or probably not the 8. So just go out there, and like I said, to kind of kick off the week, this is more about finding an identity, which is going to be tough without Domantas Sabonis, but finding your identity without Domantas Sabonis, since you're going to have to play about at least 7 games without him, and just kind of rocking and rolling from there.
Or at the very least, this is the time to experiment, right?
Yeah.
If you want to try Valanciunas as a point center, try Valanciunas as a point center. Against a great defense might be a good time to experiment with new things. If you want to have DeMar DeRozan take 35 shots in a game one time over the next 10 games without Sabonis, maybe tonight's the night. You know, just now is the time to experiment and try and throw things at the wall and see what sticks to get you ready for that one game in the 10-9
right
in 3 weeks.
Yeah. So you can't lose, like we've been talking about. You cannot lose every game, but because of how tough the Sun schedule is, don't crush yourself during this gauntlet. Just make sure you're playing with house money in some capacity. Maybe you can mess around and beat 2 of these gauntlet teams. I think, and I just sent it to you, Kyle. The Bucks are at the point where it's time for another team meeting. So after losing, funny enough, how things kind of revolve in the NBA, I don't think the Warriors had a team meeting, but the Warriors lose to the Nuggets with no Jokic, no Brown, and no Jamal Murray, and everybody is freaking out in Denver. Missed opportunity. They sit Steph Curry, so they raise their level of intensity. They beat the Bucks with no Steph Curry, and now the Bucks are now having team meetings. So you can find a way to feel good and beat a Bucks team who you just have not played well against. You had the opportunity last season and some free throws were missed. So you could win. You win 2 out of these. I don't think one will make you feel that good, depending on the one. Like if the one is tonight against the Cavs or the one is the Thunder, right? Because you already beat the Celtics. I know they're the reigning champ. But if you beat one and it's the Thunder, I think you could feel really good. Or the Cavs, or you beat 2 and it's some combination of, not I'm saying the Celtics or anything to not write home about, but you get the Celtics and the Bucks or something like that. Just give yourself something to feel good about, as you probably will lose at least 2 of these games.
If there is ever a time to talk about process versus results, this is that time, if you're ever going to find it in the NBA regular season, because we mentioned it earlier with the playoff probabilities, 95.5% that you're going to end up in the 10-9 game, right? So these 15 games, win or lose, are probably going to end up in the 9-10 game.
And I think that's a good, now this is, trust me, somebody's listening, this is hardcore copium here. This is the purest form of copium. Do not get me wrong. But you could make the argument, hey, we've been preparing for this situation for basically a month. And you have a Warriors, Timberwolves, Clippers. Now the Kings were in this conversation. Don't be that team that doesn't make it. But now you have a Warriors, Clippers, and Timberwolves. Somebody is going to be a little bit heartbroken that they're in the play-in and have to recalibrate their thought process. The Kings are at least able to sit there and say, we've known we were going to be the 9th seed for a month, and we're at the very least mentally prepared for that. And we've worked on some things to make sure that we are prepared for when that game comes. Because, and obviously you're going to have to ride hot hands just as Doug did in Memphis and things like that. But I'm already reading stuff with Jonathan Kuminga where the Warriors are already questioning, hey, how much can we play him? Because we have to win games. The Kings have to win some games, but they more so need to go into the 9 seed play-in game knowing who the bleep they are. Because I just don't think they've been able to figure out who the bleep they are since really making the trade because of these injuries. And they still won't have Sabonis, but they can figure out more of who the bleep they are.
Or at the very least have a concentrated game plan going into the play-in where they feel like this is how we're going to attack X opponent, whether it's Dallas, the Clippers, Golden State. This is how we're going to attack these opponents. Here's how we think we can win these games, and here's how we're going to execute, right? You don't even have to have an identity. Just fake it. You can totally fake it as long as you win that one game or win those 2 games.
One thing on the Cavs, beware of the Cavalanche, as it's called. The Cavaliers have more runs of 10-0, 15-0, 24-3, 32-8, etc. than any team in the NBA. So you'll basically go get your hot dog, okay? You'll go get some popcorn, and you'll come back, and the game will look completely different. That's how the Cavs get down.
Yeah, Cavalanche is their version of Light the Beam at this point. Is that their brand is you're going to just look away, and there's going to be a 4-minute stretch where we just go 16-0, like just elite defense, elite offense, and that's how we're putting teams away. They even trademarked the phrase Cavalanche.
Smart.
And so they're going to use it on like playoff merch and things like that.
Corny, but smart. On the other side, the Cavs have 4 players who are ranked in the top 25 in player efficiency rating this season. We'll tell you who they are. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The Kings were supposed to have their full team. It's my turn now. It's my turn to have a full roster. It's my turn to have the full rotation. Well, sometimes life disagrees with your plans, and Domantas Sabonis out for at least the next 10 days, so he will not be playing in tonight's showdown against the best team in the East, one of the best teams in the NBA this season. And they're doing it because 4 players have been incredibly efficient, okay? And they have 4 players who are ranked in the top 25 in player efficiency rating this season. So they have Evan Mobley at number 10, Jared Allen at number 11. They're 2 big men right there. Donovan Mitchell at number 21. And Darius Garland, number 25. You know, they had multiple All-Stars. Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland. We spent some time in the summer just thinking, wow, this thing is going to blow up. This thing is going to blow up. Sounded like TMZ. Darius Garland, his camp said it's either him or me as far as Donovan Mitchell was concerned, and they both stayed. And Kenny Atkinson, again, that championship pedigree, and Kenny Atkinson heads over from Golden State. And now this team is rocking and rolling, and they figured out whatever issues they've had. They've moved off of certain guys. They still made moves at the trade deadline. And I think that's one of those things about having a pulse on your team. When you look at a team like the Cavs getting DeAndre Hunter, it makes so many other teams look bad, just as far as, I'm not going to name names, but just as far as being content with what they have and being complacent with what they have. And the Cavs, who are doing things that we haven't seen in the NBA. I mean, if it wasn't for OKC, there'd be nobody else doing it. But both of these teams doing things that we haven't seen really since the Kevin Durant Warriors, and the fact that they still came out and said, we need to get better, I think should be a learning experience for a lot of the other teams out here who you sit there and you're a 4 seed or whatever it is, and you say, we're good. It depends on what your goals are, right? The Cavs have now switched over to we are all in to win now. So I'm not saying if you're in that position, you're not in that position to make a crazy move like that. But the teams that kind of want to pretend like they're all in, no, you either are or you aren't. And the Cavs clearly are.
Well, the Cavs are an example of if you're going to do the long rebuild, which is like 4 years in the lottery, first round exit, second round exit, make a big trade. Now you're finally competing for a championship. Yeah. It takes a lot of good breaks to go your way too. Not only Kenny Atkinson being the fired, if I remember this correctly, Kenny Atkinson, who was the coach in Brooklyn.
That is correct.
He was there when they signed Kyrie and Durant and DeAndre Jordan. And part of the terms of that deal was they gave away Jared Allen to Cleveland in order to make room for DeAndre Jordan. So they took Jared Allen from Brooklyn, took Brooklyn's coach, who Kyrie Irving must have just hated that dude, because the fact that he's now the coach of the year in Cleveland makes that Brooklyn run look even worse.
Yeah.
So you got the gift of an all-star center from Brooklyn. You got the gift of your coach of the year coach, who was fired by Brooklyn and a couple stops later makes his way to Cleveland, and the success of the Donovan Mitchell trade. if the Kings were to follow such a model, it would require them to take the risk of acquiring a Donovan Mitchell type player, mortgaging the future,
right?
Betting on that player, then choosing to stay.
And I also think that it has to be a combination of things, right? Because is Donovan Mitchell, we've sat here and said, oh, well, and I actually did this. I did a lot of stuff this morning, but I also looked at some of the past champions this morning, Kyle, and you go all the way down the list, and kind of some of it is a little messed up because of the Warriors and LeBron, but the non-Warriors and non-LeBron champions, you'll have a Giannis, obviously. You'll have a Jokic. You'll have a generational player, right? And the Cavs, you could, and the Celtics, I would put Jason. Some people wouldn't, but I would. Not the same. Hold on. Not the same level per se. Kind of feels like the Cavs, as the CBA, you have to move away from these big 3D, whatever the Suns are attempted to do. It kind of feels like the Cavs have kind of taken the Celtics approach, if you will. And because if the Thunder win, I'd say, yeah, SGA is your super megastar, right? If the Cavs win, would they be the first champion to win without a generational player? Let's just pretend like Jason Tatum is one, to not get into it.
Sure.
Since, I had the list open before. You got to go back pretty far. And I don't know if it's the Pistons or not, but it's far.
I think it's the 2014 Spurs, because you could argue Kawhi became that generational player, but at the time he was a 22-year-old.
Yes, that's the one that I saw, because it went Heat, and then, or whatever it was, and then the Spurs popped on in there. So that would be the one since 2014. And then prior to that, you had I guess another good one, not to get too far.
Yeah, but not to go into the weeds. They had 4 Hall of Famers on that team. They weren't all in their prime, but the Spurs still had 4 Hall of Famers.
So I'll do you one better. Is it 2011 with the Mavericks?
No, because you got Dirk.
Well, Dirk is better than Donovan Mitchell, but for the sake of the drill, I think
probably
it has to stop there.
Yeah.
Because after that, or before that, it's Kobe, and then the Celtics.
Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan.
So I think it has to stop at 2011, no disrespect to Dirk.
I think my point would be this: welcome to the new NBA, everybody. I mean, it used to be you had to have one of the 3 best players in the sport to win a championship. And I'm just going to go basic here. When was the last time a top 7 player in the NBA changed teams in your mind?
Besides Luka?
Besides Luka, yes. Before Nico Harrison.
Okay.
When was the last time a top 7 player in the NBA changed teams?
Well, was it LeBron or KD? KD?
Was KD, you're talking about KD from the Warriors or from Phoenix?
KD from the Warriors.
To Brooklyn?
From Thunder to Golden State.
Okay, well, maybe it hasn't been that long. I mean, Kawhi won Finals MVP and switched to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
he was top 7. Fine, it's Kawhi.
It's been a whole generation of stars, right? Jokic has only played for one team. Embiid's only played for one team. Anthony Davis had been with the Lakers. Wow, it's still weird to say he's not with the Lakers. Had been with the Lakers for 7 years. Devin Booker has been with the Suns his entire career. Giannis has been with the Bucks his entire career. So this
Dame, but Dame was kind of on the other side.
Yeah, welcome to the new NBA. The superstars aren't changing teams anymore. And what happened for like 2 decades was when the superstars team flamed out.
James Harden?
James Harden might be the last one. Honestly, James Harden from Houston to Brooklyn might be the last one where a top 7 player switched teams while they were an MVP level talent. So in the new NBA, roster construction matters more because you can't just bail yourself out by getting a generational star in their prime. They just haven't been available. So in the new NBA, you've had 5 different champions in 5 years, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say it, you're probably going to have a 6th different champion this year.
And you know what? And I hate to do this. I really do. But the Cavs, for whatever you feel about Donovan Mitchell, couldn't you make the argument? And this is why people have compared the Kings model or what the Kings model could be to the Celtics, not to compare the Celtics level of talent to the Kings, but just the idea of you have a bunch of really good players, but you might not have the super megastar. The Cavs being kind of a lesser version of that, just having a really good season. Could you have argued that that was what De'Aaron Fox was initially hoping for? It wasn't like Donovan Mitchell, I think, and it might even honestly be Evan Mobley when this is all said and done, but Donovan Mitchell is the he's the closer, and he's kind of the best player on the team. But you could have a argument. I know Darius Garland balled out this season, but you could have a Malik Monk, Darius Garland argument. You could have not defensively, but offensively, a Sabonis conversation about Jared Allen. It's just things kind of drop off where you look at what the Cavs did, having the Evan Mobley of the world, who they drafted, right? And all the other moves that they made, them, the Strus is a Kevin Huerter that still knows how to shoot. So you can see that there was a path that doesn't require. We spend so much time talking about the stink and draft. There are other paths, and maybe that's kind of what De'Aaron was saying. This is also possible.
Right, but this is the year where reality is going to set in for Cleveland. I just pulled up their numbers right now. They don't have a single player on their team making more than $35 million this year. It's Garland at 35. Mm-hmm. It's Donovan at 35. It's Jarrett Allen at 20. And then Mobley is still on the last year of his rookie deal.
Right.
But next year, Mobley's going to be making the max. Donovan Mitchell's going to be making $48
but they're good.
million. But is Dan Gilbert going to pay luxury tax, or is he going to have to trade one of the four?
But that's what we've been talking about. That team is worth luxury tax, we would say, right? It's okay for Cavs fans to be mad if Dan Gilbert doesn't want to pay that luxury tax. That is not the same as not paying a luxury tax to get into the playoffs.
Right, but we said that last year with Minnesota, and they decided we're not paying the tax, and they traded Karl.
And they don't have to, and now they're fighting in the play-in. They don't have to. All right, injury report coming up on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with 2 people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Well, it's the Ram Truck Month Sales Event, and I know that means discounts.
Right now, you can save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s. And we don't just have a few Rams. We have Northern California's biggest selection, with over 500 new Rams available.
It's a big city savings with the small-town customer service.
Exactly. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family. Plus, we don't just have big savings on Ram trucks. We have almost 200 vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter and over 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,500 total net savings after $10,500 factory rebates and $7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital. $1,500 National Conquest dealer cash. Must currently own or lease a Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. And $500 on-the-job upfit. Must show 500 plus eligible upfit. 5 of this net savings. Sample VIN 684-262. See dealer for details.
As seen on Crazy Rich Asians, Silicon Valley, and more, it's Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour.
She was like, babe, what's your love language? I'm like, what? A love language could be words of affirmation. I was raised by Asian parents. Their love language is verbal abuse.
Saturday, April 12th, the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss them, Sacramento. Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
I don't know how it will be received when it's all said and done. We've talked about how Giannis had his time in the sun as one of the best players in the league. He still should at least be in that conversation. But trying to make that move to get Dame maybe waited a little bit too long to make that move out of Portland, and we appreciate the fact that he wanted to stay true to them for as long as possible. But you made that move. Everyone said, well, who's going to stop our pick and roll? It's going to be nasty. And it's not that it's not nasty. It's just that's all you really got. And on top of that, you also had injuries. So your first playoff run where it's the, hey, we're a little bit older, so all we got to do is get in the playoffs and we'll be scary. And then the playoffs came and they couldn't stay healthy. So it's been a really weird, obviously everyone knows I love Dame out of Oakland and everything he's done for the town and that community coming from there and making his way to international superstardom. But and you could say the same thing about Giannis. Two great stories, but together in Milwaukee, it hasn't looked good. As the Warriors give away a game they had no business losing to the Nuggets, the Bucks return the favor and make the Warriors feel really good because the Bucks lose to the Warriors, without Steph Curry. And because of that, the Bucks held a team where if you're having team meetings towards the end of March, not great, Kyle. What did our guy, Chris Haynes, have to say as he briefs us?
Chris Haynes with another Haynes brief for today. With the Bucks struggling recently and a dispirited loss to the Warriors last night, sources relayed to me that head coach Doc Rivers, after the game, called a meeting with his two superstars, in Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard. Now, in this meeting, I'm told, was an open forum for both stars to provide input on ways to improve the team. It was a constructive session with each individual being allowed to share their perspectives. Now, this meeting occurred on the heels of the Bucks offense sputtering as of late, and they've dropped 5 of their last 7 games. There are 14 games remaining in the season for the Bucks. This is definitely a dire time. This is Chris Haynes, and you've been briefed.
I'm just looking here at who they're throwing out there. So Kyle Kuzma had 22 last night. Kyle Kuzma had 22. Giannis had 29 and 7, which is kind of a quiet game. And Dame had 16, 4 and 3. So Dame was kind of the problem. Brook Lopez had 16, though. I just don't think they have enough horses, and they made a couple moves. Kevin Porter Jr. came over from the Clippers. They still have Taurean Prince and Gary Trent Jr. That team is just not very good.
Yeah, when this was kind of when I was cooked on the Bucks, is when I found out Chris Middleton's value was only Kyle Kuzma at this point.
No, don't do that.
Chris Middleton is a former All-Star.
Maybe you're not high enough on Kyle Kuzma and I'm not high enough on Chris Middleton, and we should meet in the middle here.
Maybe, but I was just like, Chris Middleton, Kyle Kuzma's never made an All-Star team. For as good as he is, he's never been.
He was in Washington.
And the Lakers, sure.
And he was a champion.
He was the 3rd best player on a team that won a championship.
That's right.
That also had LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
And in another dimension, he was on the Kings.
Yeah. Well, he was on the Kings for like 30 minutes. And then the Lakers wanted Westbrook so badly that it nuked that trade. But I don't feel like Milwaukee... This is not a bad thing to say. They're not going to win a championship because they've done every all-in thing they can, right? You can't be a win-now organization for 7 years straight. It doesn't work that way. They cashed in all of their money to sign Giannis and Middleton to long extensions. They traded all their draft picks to turn Eric Bledsoe into Drew Holiday. Then at the very end, they tried to flip Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard, and it didn't work out. And that's okay. This goes back to the conversation we were having last segment of, in the NBA of 10 years ago, last summer would have been the time for Giannis to exit.
Yeah.
In the NBA of today, Giannis is sticking around probably a couple years too late in terms of championship window. And so it feels like the back end of his prime is being wasted by not teaming up with a young player who's 24, 25 and ascending like LeBron did when he went to join Kyrie. It feels like that back end of Giannis's prime has been wasted the last 3 years by staying in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and I wanted to play that to kind of just bring it all the way back around. And I know at least the Bucks can say we had a championship not too long ago, but they made this move after. They really thought that they were going to get more out of the Giannis tenure. And when you are a market like Milwaukee and you hit on someone like Giannis, when they hit on him, right, later in the draft, and we kind of found a diamond in the rough here, you feel like you want to milk that thing for everything it's worth. And they tried. It just didn't work out, so as the Kings are dealing with the things that they're dealing with and it hasn't fully worked out, all these teams are dealing with situations and expectations. And the Bucks, I don't know if they come back home again before the Kings face them.
Which real quick.
They don't. So they have the Lakers tomorrow, and then they have the Kings on Saturday. So we'll see what happens. Again, worst case scenario is, I don't know, what's the worst case scenario? Bucks beating the Lakers or Bucks losing to the Lakers?
Depends on how you want the Western Conference to shake out.
No, not about them. But as far as the game on Saturday,
the Kings.
The Bucks come in and they're now losers of 2 straight after the meeting, or they win, they beat the Lakers, and now they're rolling a little bit.
Do the Lakers have LeBron for that game?
Sure.
Then I would say they'd feel better winning that game than losing.
We're gonna get right back on the good side of things, and we get to face the Kings with no Sabonis, and we're way bigger than them.
Giannis is going to go against Valanciunas in the post.
Either way. We can't even think about that now. We have a couple more games before that game.
Anyways, the last note I would add on the Bucks is that tremendously successful run. Like, yes, they only won one championship, but they came within one game of going to a second finals against Boston the year after, and 2 games of going to the finals in 2019 when Kawhi stole their soul and Toronto won the championship, right? So they won a championship, came within 2 games of going to 2 more, like tremendously successful run. It's run its course, and that's fine.
Right.
This is how it works when you go all in. They've literally been all in since 2018, and it's now 2025.
Yeah.
You just can't be all in for that long and expect to be able to win.
Yeah, and that fan base is probably, even if Giannis moves on, at least they can say, hey, we have something to show for it. And as far as the Kings are concerned, I wonder how fans feel based on going in that direction. Obviously, the Kings haven't had someone as good as Giannis per se. I mean, Sabonis is really, really good, but just does it in a different way. But these are the decisions that you have to make. And, you can look at it and say, we're going to milk this thing for whatever it's worth, or we're going to leave the table early. And that's what the Kings are going to have to decide this offseason. But it all starts tonight as they take on the Cavs. One more segment with ya. Prop Talk Dog segment. And we'll take a look at that line. Are the Kings being disrespected tonight on their home floor? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Woohoo! Unbelievable!
All right!
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Join Sacktown Sports for all the madness this Thursday at Tom's Watch Bar, where we'll be broadcasting live all day starting at 10 a.m. with Allen Stiles, the Drive Guys at 2, and ending at 5:30 with the Kings Game Night broadcast. Tom's Watch Bar, Sacramento's biggest sports party.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Getting you ready for Kings Cavs. But of course, first, Drive Guys, then game night. Don't forget, we will be on location tomorrow. It's Thursday, but it's my Friday because I'm out on Friday, but we will be on location, Tom's Watch Bar in Doco, for the start of my favorite time of year, March Madness. Now, we gave you the keys to the castle. We gave you some Cinderellas to keep an eye on, and you can celebrate the fact that you are winning your bracket because of us, with us tomorrow. Tom's Watch Bar, not just me, Drive Guys there too, taking you up to the Kings, taking on another tough team. Well,
that's the Bulls.
Yeah, it's the Bulls. But it's a tough situation coming off a back-to-back.
Kevin Huerter return.
Kevin Huerter return. Will our guy dress up like Kevin Huerter tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. Fake. You're talking about fake Kevin Huerter?
Yes.
Fake Kevin Huerter has to dress up like Kevin Huerter tomorrow.
Yes, one more appearance for fake Kevin Huerter to hang out with real Kevin Huerter. Kyle, when we were talking about, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, but 209 says Little Italy is a great place to visit in San Diego. Does every big city have a little something?
Yeah, but
right?
at least with San Diego, Little Italy makes sense because without getting too deep in the weeds, the fishing communities used to be on both sides of the bay, and the Italian community was over by downtown, and the Portuguese fishing community was where I grew up.
Okay, Little Italy, right? Because San Francisco's got that. There are a couple Little Italies that I've been to.
Yeah. San Diego's is pretty good. I'll say that.
We'll talk more about it tomorrow, but definitely I'm going to give the San Diego, the California burrito with the fries, I'm giving it one more chance. And you can tell by the tone in my voice, it's something that might be better in theory than in reality. We will talk about that tomorrow.
It's great. My personal recommendation would be you swap out beef for chicken. So you go chicken California burrito.
All right.
Pairs together perfectly. I know the places, but go anywhere. It's San Diego. They're all excellent.
All right. Well, we'll have some fun with that tomorrow. But right now, it is time for Prop Talk.
Drop.
This is a scary one today, Kyle. We were talking about it during the break. It really just comes down to how much you believe in the Kings to make this thing a fight. So I'm going to keep it easy, keep the train rolling here. I'm going to go with Keon Ellis, 9.5 points and assists.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with. Our high volume guys in Levine, Malik is just coming off a really good game, and we were talking about this. I would go Keegan, but if Evan Mobley is guarding Keegan, I just don't like that very much, even though James Harden did cook Evan Mobley yesterday. I don't know that Keegan, number one, I don't like Keegan's rebounds against the Cavs. And if Evan Mobley's guarding him, that really worries me. So the whole group is a little bit tough. So I'm just going to stick with Keon Ellis points and assists. It's kind of crazy how low Keon's assists are. For anybody that's
be chilling for real.
For anybody that is just curious, not we're basing it all on these lines, but Keon as a guard does not garner a lot of assists.
No. I mean, he's not really a point guard, I guess.
No.
But
you can't fall into about 3?
So that means you're expecting 7 points?
Apparently.
You know what? Here's where, and this is not going to be my official one, but here's where I am agreeing with you, is that if there is a flaw to this Cavaliers defense, it's not a lot. It's the Kings got to chuck and duck some three-pointers.
Yes.
All right? Jarrett Allen, rim-blocking center. Even with Sabonis going up against him, it would have been a tough matchup. With Valanciunas, it's like they're going to be exchanging some beef down low, but I don't think it's really a winning matchup for the Kings. So they got to chuck and duck some threes here, whether that's Lyles, whether that's Keon, whether that's Monk. Mm-hmm. They really got to chuck and duck some threes, which leads me into my prop talk pick tonight, which is after that great game he had, they're leaving Jake LaRavia at 6.5 points.
Okay, he worried me a little bit, but I understand it.
It's a little low for our boy. So I guess we're using this one now.
Butter situation. Butter situation.
Will it be a butter situation for Jake LaRavia? So you got Jake LaRavia at 6.5.
Jake LaRavia over 6.5. Because like I was saying, someone on the Kings, if they're going to win, is going to have to chuck and duck some threes.
Right.
I don't know which one it's going to be, but somebody's going to have to hit some threes against this Cleveland team.
Okay, and I'm sticking with Keon Ellis, 9.5 points and assists.
If there was ever a day for Doug's 53-pointer proclamation to come through, today's that day.
Well, they got kind of close last time. Kyle, before we get to dog segment, I'm taking a look at the line for tonight. Have you already seen it?
I have not.
Okay, you want to take a swing at it?
I'm going to say Cleveland 7.5.
Yeah, I don't know how much of this is about the back-to-back or because we just checked. Oh, by the way, the injury report. Nobody on the injury report for the Cavs and just Domantas Sabonis on the injury report.
And possibly Isaac Jones for the G League two-way thing.
But nothing yet. You will most likely hear more about that during the drive, guys. So, yeah, with that being said, Kyle, I don't know. I saw this and I was a bit surprised, and I know which direction you'd go here. But Cavs -5.
Okay. That's not – I feel better about that.
I know you'd probably say hammer the Cavs.
No, they've lost 2 in a row. You know, if there's ever a time to catch maybe the best team in the NBA of the last 5 years, I guess tonight is the night. Off a back-to-back, they just lost to the Clippers. They lost to Orlando at home over the weekend. So if there's ever a time to catch a team that might win 67 games, I guess tonight's the night.
So you don't believe that the Cavs are just this generation's Atlanta Hawks? With Jeff Teague and Kyle Korver.
I already told you 2 weeks ago they're going to the finals. Is part of that.
They're the Hawks. Some Eastern Conference. Now, hold on now. Some Eastern Conference team pops up like Pop Goes the Weasel once every couple years. They make this splash, and they do absolutely nothing in the postseason. And the fall of their fraudulentness starts right now. That's why the Clippers got them last night, and the Kings will say, oh, we didn't realize you were so fraudulent, and we're going to take care of business without Domantas Sabonis. How about that?
Yeah, you're forgetting one detail, though.
What is that?
The Hawks only fell in the Eastern Conference Finals because they ran into LeBron James. And you know who's standing in front of Cleveland? Jason Tatum. And that, I'm licking my chops at a 7-game series against Jason Tatum and Derek White.
Okay, well now, see, you went too far with Derek White because he's the best number 3.
He's not even a number 3.
He's the best number. Who's number 3?
Drew.
No, we're not doing this. They play. You're lucky we're not doing this because they play the Celtics next week. So we'll do it next week. But right now, it's time to do dog segment. Little dog segment here. Man, oh man, if I'm taking Keon for my prop talk, I think I'm actually going to go, and I did this last time, but I'm going to double up. To your point, Kyle, Zach LaVine, get hot, brother. We need it. We need it, please. That's all I got. Zach LaVine, please. I'm begging you.
How many shots is he taking tonight?
Not enough. He needs to start shooting right now.
I guess Donovan Mitchell's guarding him, so it's not bad train of thought.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to double down on your pick from last game because you killed it. So I think tonight, look, I've talked so much about him playing point guard or not playing point guard, but we just do your thing, man. Just all the way. Just shoot it, Malik.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're the ball handler. I don't care if they run point center, Valanciunas. Just let Malik sit on the wing and shoot threes. It's what he does best. Let Malik get in his bag because we saw what happened in the last game. He's awesome when he gets in his bag. Don't try and do this or that. I believe in you, Malik. Follow it up with another 25-point game tonight.
There you go. Malik Monk is Kyle's dog, and I have Zach LaVine. Look, when you're playing the best team, you're allowed to make a starter a dog. It's all hands on deck as the Kings look to take care of the Cavs with no Domantas Sabonis. So, Kyle, what do you think for this line, though? Getting back to the line,
I'll say it's going to be a push.
Kings lose by 5.
Yes.
Like I said, this Cavs team is fraudulent.
I mean, you predicted it last week.
They've beat a bunch of bad teams in the East. They're on a slide right now, and the Kings are going to continue on the slip and slide and push them down the slide and get a W, get a victory on a beautiful Wednesday with no Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis, you just heal up, brother. We'll take care of it for you. Right. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you to Kyle. Great job, as always. Thank you to the callers, texters, sack chatters, and the drive guys going right now. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, live from Tom's Watch Bar. Secure the bag like the beam.
Butter situation.
Gotta go.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up,